Chapter 1126. The Importance of Lin Yuan. Request subscription. _2 But Lin Yuan is different. Though part of the royal family, and a core member at that, if Lin Yuan wishes to join the royal bloodline, his status and treatment will far surpass those who have pledged allegiance as heavenly venerates. All right, I am willing to join. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, nodded and said, at present, the benefits of joining the ancient country's royal family far outweigh the disadvantages. The only hidden danger is that Lin Yuan does not truly possess the core royal bloodline. However, since blending and consuming the fierce sun source within his internal cosmos, fierce sun's radiance has spread from the internal cosmos throughout his body, naturally absorbing the radiance emitted by the eternal fierce sun in the external world. The fierce sun bloodline within Lin Yuan is also rapidly becoming purer, now almost reaching the standard of a normal royal bloodline. After a period of time, transforming to the core royal bloodline concentration is estimated to be not difficult. The divine skill fierce sun opening the sky is essentially the innate method of the ancestor of fierce sun. Constantly operating this divine skill can autonomously purify the fierce sun bloodline within. Of course, this bloodline transformation and purification only have an effect in this source world. As for the primordial spirit in the chaos void, it is useless. Firstly, the primordial spirit in the chaos void does not possess the fierce sun bloodline. The so-called purification of the bloodline requires the existence of said bloodline. Secondly, the chaos void does not have the eternal fierce sun above the source world sky. Lin Yuan can feel that the purification and refinement of the fierce sun bloodline within mainly come from being enveloped by the eternal fierce sun's radiance above the sky. Could. King Qibao couldn't help but smile upon hearing Lin Yuan's agreement. With your joining, Galaxy, in the future our royal family lineage can really let off some steam. Let off steam? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao. Galaxy hasn't interacted with the royal family before, it's normal not to know. King Qibao explained, within the fierce sun ancient country, competition is very intense. Mainly the royal families competing with those heavenly venerates. The most precious resources are limited, the royal family wants them, and the heavenly venerates want them too. Although the heavenly venerates' ancestor bloodline is not dense, their strength is great, and their voice in the capital is not low. If not for the fact that every emperor of the ancient country must possess the royal bloodline, I fear our royal family would be suppressed by those heavenly venerates. King Qibao sighed. This matter is difficult to manage, belonging to the internal affairs of the fierce sun ancient country, as most heavenly venerates also have the blood of the ancestor of fierce sun flowing within them, though somewhat diluted, they are considered ancestor descendants. If it were external enemies invading, the ancestor could be asked to sweep them away, but competition between the same bloodlines? The ancestor is reluctant to intervene. I see. Lin Yuan's expression became clear. He had heard early on that the heavenly venerates looked down on the ancient country royal family. This disdain likely isn't purely disdain but also involves conflicts of interest. The great power of the ancient country is mostly in the hands of the emperor, and as emperors, they will certainly favor their kin, but cannot be too biased. If they anger those heavenly venerates, it's not easy to handle. For instance, if in the wars between ancient countries, they collectively hold back, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, every emperor of the ancient country tries to maintain a certain fairness between the royal family and the heavenly venerates for the greater picture. Of course, the most core inheritance and resources of the ancient country are only eligible for the royal family to compete over, which is the biggest advantage of being part of the royal family. This is precisely why the heavenly venerates look down on the royal family. But with your talent, Galaxy, once you join the royal bloodline, touching upon our true royal inheritance and resources will surely advance you rapidly, perhaps breaking the heavenly venerates' shackles in the future. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. The so-called heavenly venerates shackle is the iron law that the royal family cannot step into being a heavenly venerate. No ancient country royal member has crossed into being a heavenly venerate so far. This is the ongoing reason for the continuous struggle between the royal family and the heavenly venerates within the ancient country. In terms of strength, excluding the emperor and a handful of royal members with ancient country foundation, the strength of the heavenly venerate side overwhelms the royal side. If a heavenly venerate were to emerge from the royal side, the situation between the two would be completely rewritten. "I'll do my best." Lin Yuan nodded. "Doing your best is enough." King Qibao grinned, holding great expectations for Lin Yuan. Without having been trained by the royal family, reaching this level, once exposed, what would it be like? Any strong beings, whether royal-blooded or heavenly venerates who joined later, experience a period of rapid advancement when first exposed to royal inheritance resources. King Qibao introduced various internal matters of the royal family to Lin Yuan in detail, then curiously asked, "Qijue showed me the footage of Galaxy's fight with King Lingshan. Since Galaxy Brother could kill King Lingshan, you must have progressed far in breaking the heavenly venerate's shackle. Could we spar a bit so I can witness it?" King Qibao looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. He wasn't doubting Lin Yuan's strength. Many had seen the matter of killing King Lingshan. It couldn't be faked. King Lingshan, as a core royal family of Deling ancient country, wouldn't be acting to court Lin Yuan. King Qibao was simply curious about Lin Yuan's strength, since he had grown to the limits of the core royal family, knowing the difficulty of progressing further at this level. "No problem." Lin Yuan nodded. He was also curious to see the methods of the core royal family of Fierce Sun ancient country who had reached their limits. While King Lingshan was extreme core royal family, he belonged to Deling ancient country, and the core royal family's methods could vary between ancient countries. "Good, let's go to a higher realm space." King Qibao immediately stood up. So, the two reached a higher realm space. Here, the area is vast. Even the aftermath of heavenly venerates combat, descending onto the ground, would significantly diminish. "Galaxy, I'll make a move." Red Pine King's form began to blur, vaguely hinting, as if a great sun condensed. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, the fierce sun divine body automatically activated, forming a vast fierce sun world. Rumble. Red Pine King also began to activate the fierce sun divine body, similarly forming a fierce sun world, and the two worlds kept colliding and sparring. The fierce sun divine body is the strongest physique of fierce sun ancient country. Every awakened member possesses unique fierce sun divine bodies, but in general aspects, they are similar. For example, the fierce sun worlds formed by the automatic operation of the divine body are abilities that every fierce sun divine body possessor has. The strength of the fierce sun world is related to the foundation of the fierce sun divine body. Boom, boom, boom. The two colossal fierce sun worlds kept colliding, and it was evident that the fierce sun world formed by Lin Yuan was stronger. Lin Yuan looked at the serious expression of Red Pine King, slightly enhancing the strength of the fierce sun world. The strength of the fierce sun world depends on the foundation of the fierce sun divine body, and also on the foundation of each strong being. The foundation is the base. Lin Yuan's internal cosmos has fused and swallowed the fierce sun source. His foundation is unprecedentedly strong, not just the fierce sun world. Even the simplest punch can unleash earth-shattering power. The infinite void inheritance enhances Lin Yuan's all-round abilities, rather than limiting to just one. Not good. King Qibao's expression slightly changed. He could clearly feel the pressure increase from Lin Yuan's fierce sun world, his own fierce sun world beginning to distort under the opponent's oppression. What kind of foundation is necessary to make the fierce sun world so powerful? King Qibao was shocked inside. Originally, he thought whether Lin Yuan used certain one-time methods to easily kill King Lingshan. But now, through the collision of their fierce sun worlds, he no longer had this idea. The collision between fierce sun worlds is entirely a contest between both sides' foundations, without any tricks. After all, the fierce sun world originates from the fierce sun divine body, and the divine body stems from oneself. External forces can enhance attack and defense but cannot directly enhance the fierce sun divine body. I concede, Galaxy. King Qibao persisted for a while, but in the end was unable to endure. If continued, he would have to resort to killing means, contradicting the sparring. Thus King Qibao spoke without hesitation, "I concede. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1127. Departure, end of this volume, please subscribe. Conceded. Lin Yuan immediately retracted his fierce sun divine body, and the vast, blistering fierce sun world rapidly dissipated. "Galaxy, with your strength, you'd likely rival those heavenly venerates." King Qibao couldn't help but say. For a core royal who has grown to their limit, at most, they can contend a few moves with a heavenly venerate by relying solely on themselves. As for full-blown combat, they certainly can't defeat a heavenly venerate. But at this moment, the feeling King Qibao had about Lin Yuan was in no way inferior to those heavenly venerates. Although Lin Yuan had not exerted his full strength, and both sides only collided in the world of the fierce sun. In an actual fight, there are still too many variables, as the strongest part of the heavenly venerates is not their fierce sun divine body. But King Qibao still had such a feeling. "I don't think I am a match for a heavenly venerate yet," Lin Yuan said. "Even if not, there's not much difference," King Qibao said with a tone of certainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not deny it. It was indeed so. Right now, Lin Yuan's strength was already very close to that of a true heavenly venerate. Actually, to say that he could compare to them was entirely accurate, as Lin Yuan could completely contend with some newly ascended heavenly venerates. "When I complete the second layer of infinite void and undergo a significant transformation of my internal universe, I can truly contend with the heavenly venerates and the chaos great saints," Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the second layer of infinite void was only to make Lin Yuan's internal universe achieve a size approaching that of the chaos great saints. In terms of strength, he naturally was not yet the true opponent of a chaos great saint. But the fusion and devouring of the fierce sun source within his internal universe resulted in an unexpected evolutionary enhancement, causing him to possess the internal universe of a great saint level even before completing the second layer of infinite void. It's predictable, if the second layer of infinite void is completed, Lin Yuan's internal universe may surpass that of a normal chaos great saint's internal universe. By then, even if there are shortcomings in other areas, on average, he would still possess genuine great saint-level combat power. "Ah, good. King Qibao was delighted. The stronger Lin Yuan was, the happier he became, for it meant that the future foundation of the fierce sun ancient country's royal lineage would be more solid. In the future, even if Lin Yuan doesn't break the shackles of the heavenly venerate, with his current strength, the royal family would still be confident when facing those heavenly venerates. "Galaxy, when will you accompany me to the capital?" King Qibao asked. He was eager to bring Lin Yuan back. "Wait a little longer." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, based on the current speed of his bloodline's transformation and tempering, it would take a few more months before it reaches the concentration close to that of a core royal bloodline. By then, Lin Yuan could proceed to the capital without concern. "All right." King Qibao nodded. He didn't ask much about why they needed to wait, as it was Lin Yuan's concern. This fluctuation of space and time? Below, King Qisong and King Qijue were receiving several young men and women. These young men and women had come along with King Qibao, aiming to support the war efforts here. King Qibao was a pinnacle core royal, as was King Lingshan. The peak combat strength of both sides was about the same. At this time, having an additional Great Lord was very important, not to mention that these young men and women belonged to the Royal Great Lords, with combat ability akin to ordinary peak Great Lords. Is King Qibao sparring with Senior Galaxy? King Chiju's pupils narrowed slightly, and the expressions of the others also changed. King Qibao was acknowledged as a pinnacle core royal, as was Galaxy, whose strength was confirmed by defeating King Lingshan. These two were sparring? King Qibao. Several young men and women exchanged looks. Since they had followed King Qibao here, they evidently belonged to the same royal branch and naturally hoped King Qibao would win. The royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country was similarly divided into many branches, with those having a pinnacle core royal as their pillar considered to be powerful. However, The expressions of these young men and women changed. Did King Qibao lose? Although they couldn't sense specifics, they could feel the collision of those two extremely fiery auras, with the one belonging to King Qibao clearly at a disadvantage, and eventually, both fiery auras quickly dissipated. Clearly, the sparring had ended. Senior Galaxy is too strong. King Qisong couldn't help but feel, when Lin Yuan defeated King Lingshan earlier, perhaps it was due to the latter having only recently reached his peak. But King Qibao? He was a veteran pinnacle core royal. Beside him, King Qijue also showed astonishment in his expression. He could see that Lin Yuan and King Qibao were merely sparring lightly, yet the latter conceded so quickly, indicating just how powerful Lin Yuan truly was. Qisong, you're incredibly lucky. King Qijue glanced at King Qisong and said, if it weren't for Lin Yuan, the two of them wouldn't be sitting here leisurely chatting. Indeed. King Qisong nodded. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Qingfen City was bustling with people, prosperity unchanged. At this moment, the topic about Great Lord Galaxy in Qingfen City was definitely the most frequent. Several months ago, the battle between two domains occurred. Great Lord Galaxy made a move, slaying the King Lingshan, reversed the situation, and saved Qingfen Domain and dozens of neighboring domains. Everyone, I know more intelligence related to that war. Inside a plain tavern, a group of 11th Order beings gathered. Among them a dark-skinned man spoke. Let's hear it. The other 11th Order beings were interested. They weren't even in the Self-Dao realm, so they didn't know much about the two-domain battle, only understanding that Great Lord Galaxy played a pivotal role, almost sweeping the entire battlefield single-handedly. Yu Chaolong was also among them. Having set off from the Yu family several months ago, he only arrived in Qingfen City today. Over the months, more and more information reached the Yu family. The feats of Lin Yuan were almost confirmed, and even on his journey, Yu Chaolong heard a lot of rumors regarding Great Lord Galaxy. Do you know how Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan? The dark-skinned man said proudly. King Lingshan is an ultimate core royal clan, his strength invincible among great lords. Even if Great Lord Galaxy could kill him, it would be after a hard battle? An 11th Order being speculated. That's the most logical assumption. Actually, if it weren't for various rumors stating Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan, the 11th Order beings present would believe King Lingshan merely fled, not died. Killing an ultimate core royal clan? Is it that easy? Wrong, wrong, wrong. The dark-skinned man shook his head. Great Lord Galaxy killed that King Lingshan with hardly any effort. It was over in a few moves. Upon hearing this, all other 11th Order beings looked at each other in disbelief. Killed King Lingshan? A few moves? Really? That's an ultimate core royal clan? Could it be Great Lord Galaxy has stepped into Heavenly Venerate? Many 11th Order beings spoke up. I don't know about that, but I'm sure Great Lord Galaxy is definitely not Heavenly Venerate. The dark-skinned man said, if Heavenly Venerate made a move, the Deling ancient country over there wouldn't have done nothing. War between ancient countries, if it's only a localized conflict, the involvement of Heavenly Venerate level experts is prohibited. That's an unwritten rule. Because if one side deploys a Heavenly Venerate, the other side would certainly dispatch a Heavenly Venerate too. But now the Deling ancient country is silent. Evidently Great Lord Galaxy is not Heavenly Venerate. Don't believe it? The dark-skinned man glanced around and continued, you've all heard about how Great Lord Galaxy captured all Great Lords from the Deling ancient country, right? If the King Lingshan battled fiercely against Great Lord Galaxy, these Great Lords from Deling ancient country would have surely fled back by now. The dark-skinned man said, indeed. If King Lingshan didn't perish swiftly, those great lords from Deling ancient country would surely have reacted. Sarch * the novel of IR. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Many 11th Order beings pondered and found the dark-skinned man's words quite reasonable. Great Lord Galaxy killed King Lingshan likely without spending much time. The battle must have been a one-sided crush. Otherwise, on Deling ancient country's side, not a single Great Lord would have escaped, all becoming captives of Great Lord Galaxy. Great Lord Galaxy. In the corner of the tavern, Yu Chaolong quietly listened. He had heard such discussions too many times along the way. The shock in his heart had never subsided. Sky-burning court. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the fierce sun source within his body universe constantly radiating fierce sunlight, resonating with the eternal fierce sun outside, consequently drawing strands of mysterious fiery aura into him. Under the diffusion of these strands of fiery aura, the fierce sun bloodline flowing within Lin Yuan quickly became rich and pure. Already reached the threshold of core royal family bloodline. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Indeed, within fierce sun ancient country, there exist methods for purifying fierce sun bloodline, but none of them is anything less than extremely challenging, like becoming a king. Lin Yuan's capability to effortlessly purify and refine his bloodline is absolutely inconceivable. In fact, Lin Yuan's method of purifying and refining fierce sun bloodline, although seemingly simple, is tougher than becoming a king of an ancient country. First, one must awaken the fierce sun opening heaven divine skills, an ability derived from the ancestor of fierce sun, which probably even a king doesn't have. Secondly, possessing an infinite void, internal universe is even more daunting. These two conditions, each alone, are tougher than becoming an ancient country king. Both combined? Only Lin Yuan could achieve this. Time to leave. With a thought, Lin Yuan appeared outside Sky-burning court. Simultaneously, he created an avatar, stationed in Sky-burning court. Because the Deling ancient country will exchange ransoms for the captured Great Lord soon, Lin Yuan needs to leave an avatar here. Additionally, this avatar can handle numerous other mundane matters. Before the space-time teleportation formation in Qingfen City, King Qibao had long been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, he smiled and said, "Galaxy, is everything ready?" "Ready." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Then let's head to the royal capital. It's far more prosperous than this domain." King Qibao smiled. "Only in the royal capital can your potential, Galaxy, truly be unleashed. Let's go." King Qibao immediately activated the space-time teleportation formation, connecting to the distant royal capital, and promptly stepped into it. Lin Yuan glanced at the space-time teleportation formation, hesitated not, and similarly stepped inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128 Fierce Sun Capital. Request subscription. Fierce Sun's capital city, space-time teleportation area. Fierce Sun ancient country is one of the strongest dominions of this world, ruling over vast and extensive territories. Even someone as mighty as the Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult to traverse the Fierce Sun ancient country effortlessly. The Heavenly Venerate has mastered the art of space-time to the extreme, but even so, it requires millions of void traversals to barely travel from one end of the ancient country to the other. Millions of void traversals? Even if one could traverse 100 times in a single breath, millions would still require 10,000 breaths. If there's really something urgent, the situation would already be too late. Moreover, the maximum distance void traversal heavily drains the Heavenly Venerate's mental energy, and none can achieve uninterrupted traversals for millions of times. But the space-time teleportation area in Fierce Sun's capital city can transport to any domain city in any major domain of Fierce Sun ancient country in just over 10 breaths. The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, from King Lingshan revealing the supreme core royal strength to King Qibao arriving via the space-time teleportation formation, took over 30 breaths altogether. Most of this time was spent transmitting informational intelligence and deciding which supreme core royal to send for support. Fierce Sun ancient country has a thorough understanding of its numerous major domains within its territories, relying not only on the high and mighty ancestral intimidation, but also on this spiderweb-like space-time teleportation formation. The space-time teleportation formation of Fierce Sun ancient country is open to outsiders, yet the price is hefty, making it unaffordable for those below the level of a ruler. Even rulers refrain from using the space-time teleportation formation unless there are critical matters. At this moment, in the capital's space-time teleportation area, numerous powerhouses from various major domains of the ancient country are coming and going, exchanging intelligence amongst themselves. Have you heard? The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain? Qingfen Domain is a major border domain of our fierce Sun ancient country, and Purple Dream Domain is likewise a border domain of Deling ancient country, so friction is common there. What's surprising about a war? Indeed, this kind of war limited to dozens of major domains happens almost periodically at the borders of our fierce Sun ancient country. I'm not talking about the war, but King Lingshan's involvement in it. King Lingshan? The youngest core royal of Deling ancient country? Yes, as soon as King Lingshan acted, he displayed the power of a supreme core royal. A supreme core royal? Then it's over. Qingfen Domain is likely overtaken. Qingfen Domain wasn't overtaken. A great lord named Galaxy intervened and killed King Lingshan. Numerous rulers from various major domains conversed, and amongst rulers, they all have connections. If an important piece of intelligence arises, it first spreads among them. King Lingshan's growth to supremacy already commands the attention of rulers and even great lords, let alone the fact that the supreme King Lingshan was killed. It's rumored that this great Lord Galaxy is a supreme core royal who traveled abroad, seeking further advancement, and now easily killed King Lingshan, implying significant progress. Impressive, though King Lingshan had not been in his supreme state for long, to easily kill him? Even the heavenly venerate would find it difficult. Which supreme core royal of our fierce Sun ancient country is this great Lord Galaxy? The rulers immediately expressed interest. Knowing more about top-tier information related to fierce Sun ancient country is certainly beneficial. In the depths of the space-time teleportation area, dozens of figures have been waiting for a long time. The leading figure, a woman in a blue dress, glanced at the conversations among the many strong practitioners outside, her expression unchanged. A tall man standing behind lowered his voice, saying, "His Majesty sent us here to escort Great Lord Galaxy to the newly constructed palace." Did Great Lord Galaxy not have a palace before? Even core royals traveling abroad had a palace in the capital before their journey. Every king, whether royal or heavenly venerate, has a palace in the capital. The palace is prepared before the king's decree is issued. Yet this Great Lord Galaxy needs them to lead to the new palace, suggesting there was no palace before. This is indeed strange. Could it be that before traveling abroad, Great Lord Galaxy was not a king? But any core royal, whether they reached supremacy or not, would be declared as king. Information regarding Great Lord Galaxy has already been spreading vigorously in the capital, with general consensus identifying him as a supreme core royal. If not a supreme core royal, who could kill King Lingshan at Great Lord level? Sir, the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even those heavenly venerates in their Great Lord realm couldn't possibly achieve this. Heavenly venerates can suppress supreme core royals, relying on their realm. If on the same level, heavenly venerates likely aren't matched against core royals. This is why every core royal desires to step into the heavenly venerate realm. But His Majesty values this Great Lord Galaxy greatly, bestowing the palace right next to our ancient country's sun vein. I recall that many heavenly venerates wanted that palace, yet all were declined by His Majesty, only to now give it to this Great Lord Galaxy. The third figure's tone carried a slight sentiment. The sun vein of fierce Sun ancient country is a sacred place for cultivation, and the closer one is to it, the more benefits it brings. The Emperor's quarters were built upon the sun vein. The new palace bestowed upon Great Lord Galaxy abuts the sun vein, and the advantages for cultivation, though not quite as good as the Emperor's quarters, aren't far off. Many kings' palaces belong to the edges influenced by the sun vein. That palace adjacent to the sun vein has been eyed by countless kings, especially those heavenly venerates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129 Fierce Sun Capital, Seeking Subscription. Underscore 2 But generations of emperors of the ancient country were reluctant to bestow it, preferring it to remain vacant rather than grant it away. After all, it's extremely difficult for a normal king to completely perish and fall. Once bestowed, it would be hard for the fierce Sun ancient country to reclaim it. All right, this is His Majesty's decision, not something you can discuss. The leading woman in green swept a glance at the figures conversing, speaking calmly. Yes. The figures immediately fell silent. At this moment, not far away, a massive space-time transference formation began emitting subtle space-time fluctuations, forming a space-time passage stretching from a distant place to here. It's coming. The dozens of waiting figures immediately perked up. They had been ordered to wait here for this moment, to welcome the Great Lord Galaxy. The space-time passage took shape, and several figures emerged from it. At the forefront were a red-bearded old man and a young man. King Qibao and the Great Lord Galaxy? The waiting figures immediately recognized King Qibao, and the young man standing alongside him should be the Great Lord Galaxy. The aura of the Great Lord Galaxy. I've never sensed it before. Could it be from the core royal family of an unimaginably ancient period? Uncertain. The dozens of figures each had different thoughts, and they immediately followed the woman in green to meet them. Lin Yuan and King Qibao traveled via the space-time passage from the distant Qingfen domain to arrive at this capital of the fierce Sun country. Crossing such a vast distance in 10 breaths, even if space-time comprehension reaches the peak of the 9th realm, it's impossible. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He left an avatar in Qingfen City, able to roughly sense the distance from his original form. And this capital of the fierce Sun country. Lin Yuan observed his surroundings, faintly feeling an inexplicable pressure. The entire capital of the fierce Sun country seemed like an unprecedented secret treasure, capable of suppressing ordinary heavenly venerate-level experts with slight operation. Buzz buzz buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation swept silently over. Don't overthink it, this is the sensing formation of the capital, to prevent experts from other ancient countries from infiltrating. King Qibao explained through sound transmission beside him. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The capital is the most prosperous and core place of the fierce Sun ancient country, as well as the most important location, requiring profound inspections for any expert entering the capital. So, I have passed? Lin Yuan asked. Naturally. King Qibao laughed. The abundant fierce Sun aura within Lin Yuan directly precludes the possibility of experts from other ancient countries. The sensing formation of the capital, while routine, applies not only to Lin Yuan but also includes King Qibao within its range. After exiting the space-time passage, Lin Yuan saw dozens of figures walking towards them. Greetings to the Great Lord Galaxy. The woman in green leading them bowed respectfully, and the dozens of figures behind her followed suit. They did not know Lin Yuan's real name or core royal title, so they could only use the currently known Great Lord Galaxy to address him. King Qibao, seeing this scene, smiled and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, "These people were sent by His Majesty to greet you." His Majesty? Lin Yuan nodded. The His Majesty here refers naturally to the Emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country, also the strongest existence in the entire fierce Sun ancient country in terms of combat power. Of course, the Emperor's strength relies on external aid. His Majesty holds you in high regard. King Qibao said, "Come, I'll take you to your mansion." After King Qibao spoke, the woman in green and the others stepped forward, leading Lin Yuan and King Qibao onto a warship. Within the capital of the fierce Sun country, void traveling is forbidden, even to a heavenly venerate. To reach a certain place, one must either fly honestly or use flying treasures such as warships. The latter requires application to the ancient country, and operating a warship in the capital is usually a symbol of status. The warship soared into the sky, heading beyond the space-time transference area. At this moment, numerous strong individuals, entering and exiting the space-time transference area, noticed the warship emerging from the depth of the area. That warship? Is it a royal warship? The 9-pattern imperial warship? Unless there is a personal order from His Majesty, no one can mobilize this warship. Who exactly requires the 9-pattern imperial warship for a reception? Many experts gazed up in amazement as the warship departed. The last time His Majesty deployed the 9-pattern imperial warship for a reception was after a grand victory against the Xianxia ancient country in a large-scale war, when the commander-in-chief of the fierce Sun ancient country returned to the capital to such treatment. Xianxia ancient country, like the fierce Sun ancient country and Daling ancient country, is one of the 6 hegemonic ancient countries of this world. But now, for the past hundreds of thousands of years, the fierce Sun ancient country has not engaged in high-intensity warfare with the other 5 ancient countries, mostly involving local skirmishes. Even if victorious, one would return to the capital to receive rewards, but the deployment of the 9-pattern imperial warship for reception would be impossible. On the warship, Lin Yuan overlooked the capital below. Haha, it's been a long time since I was on this warship. King Qibao was in a good mood, looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "It's thanks to your honor, Galaxy." Very soon, the warship stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. Lin Yuan and King Qibao stepped out, followed by the woman in green and dozens of figures. "Great Lord Galaxy, this is your mansion." The woman in green flipped her hand, producing a token and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. "This is the token for the mansion. Refining it will allow you to control the entire mansion." Lin Yuan accepted the token, refining it within a breath. Through this token, Lin Yuan could sense every detail of this mansion and also control everything within it, including the great formations enveloping the mansion. The mansion's formations are derived from those of the capital and can draw upon a trace of the capital's formation power. "Galaxy, give this mansion a name." King Qibao said beside him. "A name?" Lin Yuan pondered and said, "Let's call it Galaxy Mansion." After all, his title is Galaxy, so naming the mansion Galaxy is normal and also very convenient. Sia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he controlled the mansion token to engrave the word Galaxy atop the mansion. Galaxy Royal Mansion? The dozens of figures behind mumbled to themselves. Often, a mansion's name corresponds to the title of a conferred king. But Galaxy? They originally thought Galaxy was an alias, but now Lin Yuan using it as the mansion's name clearly meant he had taken Galaxy as his official title. "That's fine." King Qibao nodded. The royal family of the fierce Sun ancient country usually includes Qi in their official titles, such as King Qibao, Red Pine King, and King Qijua. But it's not absolute. It mainly depends on the thoughts of the conferred king themselves. "This mansion is now your abode, Galaxy. I wonder if I can have a look inside." King Qibao smiled and said, "This is a genuine sacred place for cultivation, right beside the sun vein of the capital, yet His Majesty never had the heart to grant it to someone. Please enter." Lin Yuan immediately controlled the token to open the entrance of the mansion. Such intense fierce sun origin source. Entering the mansion, Lin Yuan immediately felt the scorching aura filling the space. Under this aura's coverage, Lin Yuan felt extremely comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring, with his internal fierce sun bloodline circulating more smoothly. "How is it?" King Qibao asked, watching Lin Yuan with a smile. His mansion, although not filled with such fierce sun origin source, was not considered inferior. It was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such a cultivation environment. "Very good." Lin Yuan carefully sensed it, saying solemnly, "Cultivating in such an environment, Lin Yuan's efficiency in enlightenment would absolutely be surprisingly high. Especially in aspects related to the sun and fierce sun, his progress might improve by leaps and bounds." "Ah, then it's all right." King Qibao smiled brightly. "Tomorrow, His Majesty will meet with you, so just settle in for today." King Qibao said, Lin Yuan nodded. Just then, King Qibao seemed to receive some information, immediately looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "Galaxy, the final merits of the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain have been determined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1130 Possession of the Ancestor of Fierce Sun. Request subscription. The merits have been awarded? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Sir the Nephire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, the Red Pine King was the commander. Qingfen Domain won, and logically, the greatest credit should go to Red Pine King. Yet, Red Pine King transferred all the war merits to Lin Yuan. The merits obtained by the war commander can be directly exchanged in the ancient country's treasury for resource inheritance, which is extremely precious. This is also the greatest confidence for the fierce Sun ancient country and its fervent kings to win the war. Why do the high and mighty heavenly venerates obey the ancient royal family? Isn't it precisely because of the numerous resources and inheritances within the ancient country's treasury? Your merit is 120,000, Galaxy Brother. King Qibao said, 120,000 merits, not a small amount. A normal heavenly venerate level secret treasure weapon costs about 78,000 merits. Lin Yuan nodded. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan reaped numerous rewards, with merits being only a part of them. Additionally, there are spoils obtained from various great lords on the battlefield, and the ransom from the Deling ancient country soon after, etc. The 120,000 merits have been distributed. If Galaxy Brother wants to redeem them, you can go directly to this place. King Qibao gave Lin Yuan a location, the entrance to the national treasury. Anyone who has merits with Fierce Sun ancient country can enter to redeem rewards. Good. Lin Yuan inwardly looked forward to it. The treasury of Fierce Sun ancient country encompasses all sorts of resource inheritances, and most importantly, most resources will never appear in the outside world. Lin Yuan was about to continue chatting with King Qibao. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked toward the outside of the mansion. What's wrong? King Qibao asked. Someone is visiting me, Lin Yuan said. Having just arrived in the capital, without relatives or acquaintances, someone visiting so soon? Haha, I almost forgot. King Qibao smiled. This mansion has been watched by many, Galaxy Brother. Even if your majesty doesn't announce externally, it couldn't stay hidden. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Moreover, the 9-pattern warship that greeted Lin Yuan was quite conspicuous and would definitely receive much attention. Should Galaxy Brother go out and take a look? King Qibao smiled and said, those who immediately come to pay respects to Galaxy Brother generally have good intentions. Then let's meet them. Lin Yuan nodded and immediately walked out of the mansion with King Qibao. Galaxy Brother. Galaxy Brother. One figure after another quickly walked up. Just now, I was curious who warranted His Majesty sending the 9-pattern warship for greeting, didn't expect it to be Galaxy Brother. No wonder, no wonder. Those who came to pay respects to Lin Yuan were mostly from the royal family, and at this moment, all these royals looked at Lin Yuan with great enthusiasm. Lin Yuan responded to each of the royal members one by one. Long before arriving in the capital, King Qibao had explained the situation in the capital to him. The capital of Fierce Sun ancient country mainly has two factions. One is the royal family faction, the other is the heavenly venerate faction. Within the royal family, there are 17 major branches. Each branch has an ultimate core royal member stationed. Outside the 17 major branches, there are some royal families, but they cannot form a scale and can only depend on the 17 major branch royals. Theoretically, based on Lin Yuan's strength, he could completely establish the 18th royal branch. The ones coming to visit me are mostly royals. As for those heavenly venerate followers, not a single one? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Is it that the heavenly venerates don't know he took over this mansion? Obviously not possible. It seems those heavenly venerate kings do not have goodwill towards my presence. Lin Yuan understood the reason. The important resources of Fierce Sun ancient country are undoubtedly tilted towards core royals. Each additional core royal equates to a portion of resources being distributed away, naturally causing displeasure among the heavenly venerates. Especially since Lin Yuan's exhibited strength exceeds that of a normal ultimate core royal member, walking far on the path of breaking the heavenly venerates' shackles. This makes the heavenly venerates even more wary. However, Lin Yuan is not worried. Within Fierce Sun ancient country, the royal family is the absolute ruler, and the heavenly venerates even if wary dare not take any actions. After handling the royal family members who came to visit, Lin Yuan parted with King Qibao and headed to the entrance of the national treasury. Carrying a hefty amount of 120,000 merits, Lin Yuan was eager to see the inherited treasures within the national treasury. This is also Lin Yuan's main purpose in coming to the capital, to accelerate cultivation with the help of these resources. The capital of Fierce Sun is vast like a spatial temporal maze. Lin Yuan, guided by the map given by King Qibao, finally arrived before a great hall. Lin Yuan looked at this great hall in front of him, with no one guarding outside, only 2 statue guardians standing. Lin Yuan carefully observed the 2 statue guardians and faintly felt an inexplicable aura fluctuation from them. These statue guardians possess at least heavenly venerate level combat power. Lin Yuan's brow faintly twitched, sensing a threat. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, only a heavenly venerate level expert could pose a threat to him. Bloodline and merit verified, permission to enter granted. As Lin Yuan observed the statues guarding the entrance, a voice faintly echoed in his ears. "Can I go in now?" Lin Yuan immediately proceeded forward. The entrance to the grand hall opened, and Lin Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yuan found himself in an independent space. Nearby, flames gathered to form a phantom elder who smiled and said, "Descendant of Fierce Sun, please select the treasure inheritance you wish to exchange. Please take a look." The phantom elder waved his hand, infinite flames intertwined, forming an array of treasure resource information. These treasure resource inheritances are ranked from high to low based on the merit required. The phantom elder said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded, immediately starting to examine from the highest point. First in line was not a resource treasure inheritance but an opportunity. It required 1 trillion merits to exchange, an opportunity to become one with the ancestor. Being one with the ancestor, perceiving the profound mysteries of the ancestor level. Lin Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Become one with the ancestor? Become one with the ancestor of Fierce Sun? The ancestor of Fierce Sun is a 13th level temporal life form. To merge with such a being, viewing timelines from a 13th level perspective is something Lin Yuan wouldn't even dare imagine. What kind of existence is a 13th level temporal life form? How would they allow ants to merge with them? For training disciples, a 13th level temporal life form wouldn't need to train any disciples at all. If they were truly interested, they would create legacies like the creator of the Chaos Voids, Infinite Void, Legacy, and toss them out. Whoever obtains them can train. As for merging, not to mention 13th level temporal life forms, even Lin Yuan wouldn't allow other life forms to merge with him. After all, in a merged state, they can perceive Lin Yuan's physical body and soul, and many secrets are hard to hide. The ancestor of Fierce Sun truly, Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, realizing that the ancestor of Fierce Sun was indeed troubled to nurture his descendants, even offering a chance to merge. Although unsure how to increase the chance to survive time cycles, merging with a temporal life form and perceiving the past and future timelines would undoubtedly enhance understanding of the essence of time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The drop of temporal bloodline left by the Moyu Tower Master allowed Lin Yuan to understand much. How much more if he were to merge with a living 13th level temporal life form? But 1 trillion merits. Lin Yuan's mouth slightly twitched. He previously thought carrying 120,000 merits was a huge fortune, but now compared to 1 trillion merits, it's almost negligible. It's important to know that the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain was almost single-handedly turned by Lin Yuan. Besides, he killed King Lingshan, the extreme core royal. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan obtained 120,000 merits. Normally winning such a level of war, which means repelling the invasion of the enemy domain, the commander's merit would be around 20 to 30,000. Or even less. That's why King Qibao said Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits were already a lot. Over half of Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits came from killing King Lingshan, the extreme core royal. No matter what, the opportunity to become one with the ancestor of fierce sun must be grasped. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Although 1 trillion merits are extremely distant for Lin Yuan now, at least there's hope. This opportunity is countless times better than those great saints in the Chaos Void. Those unparalleled great saints in the Chaos Void paid unknown prices to pursue traces of 13th-level temporal lifeforms, while Lin Yuan could directly merge with 13th-level temporal lifeforms. What a rare chance is this! Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued to look down. The following resources of treasure inheritance, opportunities to enter mysterious places, are equally precious, making Lin Yuan envious. For instance, the opportunity to train in this world's primordial lands? Lin Yuan once entered the immortal realm's primordial lands, where the rules of a world manifest truly, perceiving rules were as simple as eating and drinking. The training opportunity in this world's primordial lands? How many true rules must be manifested? Although this training opportunity does not require 1 trillion merits, it requires 90 billion merits, which is still somewhat out of reach for Lin Yuan. Additionally, there are some secret treasure weapons with incredible power. Lin Yuan calmed himself and continued to look down. For me, there's no need to exchange for secret treasure weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He preferred to exchange for inheritance guides. Because comprehending the inheritance guides can equally be applied to the true form's primordial spirit incarnation in the Chaos Void, offering higher value for cost. As for secret treasure weapons, bringing them to the Chaos Void requires paying the price of world-breaking origin force. Although Lin Yuan currently has plenty of world-breaking origin force, having absorbed and accumulated over 1 million world-breaking origin forces during the cosmic cataclysm, there's no need to use the precious world-breaking origin force on this. Besides, compared to external forces like secret treasure weapons, Lin Yuan prefers enhancing his own strength. Using secret treasure weapons to boost strength comes with many limitations, and if lost, one would revert to their original state. Which one should I exchange? Lin Yuan directly set his target on inheritance guides worth under 10,000 merits. Indeed, many inheritance guides valued at several million or tens of millions of merits were more enticing to Lin Yuan, but unfortunately he didn't have enough merits. You'll be the one. After watching for half a day, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131 Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. The inventory of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's treasury, the recorded treasures, resources, inheritance guidance, and so on are indeed countless. But those that fit the criteria set by Lin Yuan, those that benefit him the most, preferably inheritance guidance, under 120,000 merit points. SAR the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Only a few meet these 3 conditions. At a glance, there are only a few dozen. Actually, the inventory of the treasury includes a large number of inheritance guides worth only hundreds to 1,000 merit points, but they don't have much effect on Lin Yuan. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram? Lin Yuan carefully examined the introduction of such inheritance guides. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is inscribed with Chaos Secret Patterns, and the Chaos Secret Patterns are the essential veins of Chaos rules. It is also the only method Lin Yuan knows so far that can directly enhance the understanding of Chaos rules. Chaos rules have long evolved into thousands of rules and paths with the creation of heaven and earth. To enhance the understanding of other rules and paths, one just needs to comprehend the corresponding ones within the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world. But Chaos rules? Among the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world, there are no Chaos rules. Thus, the normal ways to enhance understanding of Chaos rules can only be indirectly achieved by comprehending the myriad rules and paths. However, Chaos Secret Patterns are the manifestation of Chaos rules. Comprehending Chaos Secret Patterns can directly enhance the understanding of Chaos rules. In the previous wars between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan comprehended many war machines, essentially comprehending the Chaos Secret Patterns contained within them. Didn't expect there to be these chaos secret patterns for exchange in the treasury. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Originally, he planned to see if he could secure a war machine beyond grade A for comprehension. Indeed, even the opportunity to possess the ancestor of Fierce Sun is available. What are mere chaos secret patterns? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The so-called absolute secrets of an ancient country are only relative. Currently, Lin Yuan is the core royal family of the ancient country, and with enough merit, previous secrets are not so secret to him. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, there are 81 in total, among which there are 9 representing the Chaos First Realm. There are 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams for the Second Realm, the rest explain the Chaos Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the detailed introduction of the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Each of the 9 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams in the First Realm requires 10,000 merit points to exchange. Together, they require 90,000 merit points. As for the 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Second Realm, each exchange costs 20,000. The 54 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Third Realm, each costs 100,000 merit points. My understanding of chaos rules is close to the peak of the Second Realm, so there's no need to exchange the first 9 diagrams, and for the 18 diagrams of the Second Realm, only the last 1 or 2 need to be exchanged. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Given the constraint of only 12,000 merit points, he naturally had to be frugal. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is explained in a sequence from shallow to deep based on chaos rules. 12,000 merit points, exchange for the last 2 diagrams of the Second Realm and the first diagram of the Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the diagrams, feeling the aura emanating from them, ensuring that the diagrams he purchased were parts of chaos rules he hadn't comprehended yet. For ease of selection, each Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram reveals a small part to prevent purchasing parts already comprehended. 54 diagrams of the Chaos Third Realm. Unfortunately, I can only exchange for the first one now. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining 53 diagrams. Additionally, Lin Yuan was quite tempted by other filtered inheritance guides, but after careful consideration he chose the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Still too poor right now, Lin Yuan thought, but for me, the first diagram of the Chaos Third Realm is enough for now. As for the later diagrams, I can wait until I accumulate enough merit points. King Qibao had told him that, as the core royal family, there's a fixed source of merit for everyone, including those heavenly venerates and kings, which is also the foundation of stability for the entirety of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Whether it's the royal family or the heavenly venerates and kings, though there is internal strife, it is mainly for the ancient country's interests. The so-called strife is merely internal. When it affects the overall interests of the ancient country, whether royal family or heavenly venerates, they will unanimously face outward. An illusory elder formed by flames patiently waited beside him. The treasury's inventory of treasures, resources, and inheritance guides is all-encompassing, and anyone making a first selection will be dazzled, and even if they can't afford it, there's no problem in looking around for a while. I will exchange for these 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. Lin Yuan looked towards the illusory elder and spoke. The illusory elder was slightly surprised. Descendant of Fierce Sun, are you sure you don't want to exchange for a superior weapon? 12,000 merit points are enough to exchange for several weapons and secret treasures at the heavenly venerate level. For every strong person, whether great lord or heavenly venerate, a suitable weapon secret treasure is the quickest and most substantial way to enhance one's combat power. As for inheritance guides like the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, how profound and mysterious are chaos rules, even with the chaos secret patterns depicting the basic veins. Who knows how long it would take to fully comprehend them? It's rare for Lin Yuan to use all 12,000 merit points to exchange for such inheritance guides. I'm sure. Lin Yuan nodded. A suitable weapon secret treasure can be bought from outside, but such chaos mystic pattern diagrams are only available in the treasury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132 Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. _2 After experiencing the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan is now quite wealthy. Speaking of Lin Yuan's character, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily resort to action, so he was not in a hurry for weapons and armor for now. These are 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The illusory elder smiled slightly, and in front of him appeared 3 diagrams covered in shining light, with chaos chi swirling around them. Descendant of Fierce Sun, please swear in the name of Fierce Sun not to spread these 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The illusory elder looked at Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In the name of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan repeated as the illusory elder requested. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, an exceedingly obscure gaze glanced at him from the eternal fierce sun above the firmament. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if he ever broke his oath, he would be struck by that eternal fierce Sunday. A strike from a 13th level time life form. Who could withstand it? Any means of resurrection would be futile, erasing everything from the source. In the Chaos Void, there also exists a method of swearing in the name of the Chaos Void origin, but how could that outcome compare to swearing in the name of a 13th level time life form? The Chaos Void holds no specific disdain, but a 13th level time life form does. No wonder there are so many inheritance guides in the treasure house, and not a single one has ever been leaked, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if powerful enemies from other ancient countries infiltrated the capital of Fierce Sun and had already obtained some inheritance guides, they still couldn't spread them out, rendering it somewhat pointless. I wonder what consequences I'll face if I leak these secret diagrams in the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan pondered. Without a doubt, as long as it's in this origin world, the moment the oath is broken, the ancestor of Fierce Sun would perceive it. But in the Chaos Void? It's another dimensional space where even a 13th level time life form can hardly make an impact. After making the oath, Lin Yuan deducted 120,000 credits and simultaneously accepted the 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams. The fundamental veins of chaos rules manifest. The moment Lin Yuan received them, he was immediately struck by the chaos mysteries contained within. Compared to the chaos secret patterns within the war machines, these chaos mystic pattern diagrams were more direct and foundational. After pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately got up and left, returning to the royal residence to delve deeply into these chaos mystic pattern diagrams. Your comprehension is extraordinary, greatly increasing your enlightenment of chaos rules when gleaning the chaos mystic pattern diagrams. A large amount of inspiration surged through Lin Yuan's mind. Compared to understanding war machines, directly comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagrams was significantly more efficient. The chaos secret patterns on the war machines are combinations and integrations of various chaos secret patterns, each war machine possessing different abilities. Some excel in assault, some in defense, others in domain suppression, and so on. Major ancient countries classify the chaos secret patterns on war machines as top secret, not because of the chaos secret patterns themselves. The 81 chaos mystic pattern diagrams are possessed by the Fierce Sun ancient country, Deling ancient country, Xianxia ancient country, and other 5 great ancient countries. The true value of the war machines lies in the utilization of the chaos rules they contain. Mastering the corresponding application methods allows for mass production of similar war machines and even uncovering the weaknesses of such war machines. In comprehending the war machines, Lin Yuan needed to perceive various chaotic rule mysteries among them, with some war machines containing chaos secret patterns residing in portions of the 1st, 3rd, and 7th mystic pattern diagrams. During periods of comprehension, Lin Yuan had to categorize them, expending some effort. But directly comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagrams was far simpler, allowing for sequential and straightforward immersion. Chaos Second Realm Peak? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Initially, according to his prediction, with a continuous supply of war machines for comprehension, reaching the Chaos Second Realm Peak might take at most 1,000 years or so. Now, only 500 years had passed. Although he was close to the Second Realm Peak, based on the previous speed of comprehension enhancement, he estimated it might still take 400 to 500 years to completely step into it. But now, through the understanding of the Chaos Secret Map, Lin Yuan felt stepping into the second realm peak could be accomplished in just a few years. Chaos rules consist of only 3 realms, and reaching the second realm peak leaves just one step away from the highest, the third realm. Most critically, after reaching the second realm peak, Lin Yuan could contemplate evolving the Yin-Yang Taiji power through chaos rules. The great lord of this origin world, despite a foundation inferior to that of a chaos void venerable, was able to stand as an equal due to the ability to evolve exclusive chaos power at the great lord level. In the chaos void, this is a level only accessible to great saints. The next day, Lin Yuan ceased his training and came outside the royal residence. King Qibao was already waiting outside, smiling as he looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Galaxy, quickly come with me to see His Majesty." See His Majesty? Lin Yuan had anticipated this, knowing that upon arriving in the capital he would surely need to meet the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country. Actually, when you first arrived in the capital, His Majesty wanted to see you, King Qibao said. But he was concerned that you might not adapt, so he waited until today. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Yuan said. No need to thank, we're all family. King Qibao immediately took Lin Yuan to the core palace of the capital. It was also where the palace of the fierce Sun ancient country was located, the safest place in the entire capital. The hall was grand and majestic. Lin Yuan followed King Qibao and quickly arrived at a grand hall. Qibao, Galaxy. The emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country was a weathered man with a rustic appearance and deep eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and King Qibao, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Your Majesty. King Qibao bowed slightly. Lin Yuan discreetly appraised the emperor with a glance. In Lin Yuan's perspective, the emperor of the fierce Sun ancient country seemed to be integrated with the palace and the entire fierce Sun capital. That King Lingshan waged war just to become emperor of the Deling ancient country. Lin Yuan suddenly understood, becoming one with the entire capital? His physical body and bloodline would undergo transformations, and even an ordinary royal family member, over time, would have their bloodline concentration naturally reach the level of the core royal family. See the novel, The Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Moreover, becoming the emperor of an ancient country allowed for the control of the entire ancient national capital's grand formation, effortlessly suppressing heavenly venerate-level powerhouses. This transcendence over everything, overlooking everything, indeed lures many powerhouses to pursue it. Seeing a royal member like you, I feel hopeful about the future of the ancient country. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance into the grand hall, he immediately confirmed that Lin Yuan carried the core royal bloodline of Fierce Sun, along with a rich Fierce Sun aura. In terms of strength, the emperor was undeniably the strongest, but the emperor's strength was temporary, while Lin Yuan's strength belonged to himself. Alright, let's discuss serious matters. The emperor reflected for a moment, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, now that you've chosen to join our royal family, naturally, it's not without purpose. With your strength and potential, you can oversee some special resource treasures. The emperor said with a smile. Oversee resource treasures? Lin Yuan's heart was stirred. The territory of the fierce Sun ancient country was vast, and similarly, there were resource treasures naturally nurtured by the heavens and the earth. It's like the secret realms nurtured by the chaos void, producing special resources of invaluable worth. Overseeing these resource treasures meant securing them for the ancient country. 90% of the resources produced were to be handed over to the ancient country, while he could keep 10% for himself. In addition, based on the preciousness of each resource treasure, the overseer could receive regular credit income. It should be noted that credits in the fierce Sun ancient country were extremely difficult to obtain. Lin Yuan managed to reverse the situation in the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, yet the final credit evaluation was only 120,000. But by overseeing resource treasures, one could reap continuous credit rewards, naturally attracting many title-seeking kings. A valuable resource treasure was like a money tree. Title-seeking kings had substantial daily consumption, and the more precious the treasures they oversee, the more income they gained, greatly assisting themselves. Galaxy, here is the current map of all treasures in the Fierce Sun ancient country. Select 3. The Emperor waved his hand, and before him appeared a map of the entire territory of the Fierce Sun ancient country, with many areas gleaming brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133 Concession. Request subscription? I can choose any? Lin Yuan was surprised. In a way, the capital is also a treasure land. It houses Fierce Sun ancient country's largest sun vein, the sacred training ground for all who walk the path of the sun attribute. Select 3 from the resources treasure lands that have not yet been granted. The Emperor looked at Lin Yuan, shaking his head as he spoke. Look carefully. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the map of the Fierce Sun ancient country's territory. The Fierce Sun ancient country's domain is vast and extensive, not limited to any particular spatial layer. As long as it falls within the space-time boundaries, it belongs to the Fierce Sun ancient country. Choose 3 from any unclaimed treasure lands? Beside him, King Qibao was slightly shocked. The resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun ancient country are graded from 1 to 9. First grade treasure lands are the most valuable, 9th grade the least. Typically, royal members granted to the rank of king are given 1 or 2 treasure lands, but they are usually 4th or 5th grade. Want to manage more precious resource treasure lands? It's possible, you can exchange them with merit. But Lin Yuan? The Emperor's intent was to let him choose any 3 from all unclaimed treasure lands? Doesn't that mean he can directly choose 3 first-grade treasure lands? Managing a first-grade treasure land not only earns merit granted by the ancient country, but the resources produced by the treasure land itself are exceedingly precious. Even if 9/10 is submitted to the ancient country, keeping just 1/10 is enough to make a heavenly venerate-level expert envious. The resources produced by a treasure land are not one-time but are continuously replenished. Certain special resources are beyond price. As soon as they appear, they are purchased, unattainable during ordinary times. Consider carefully, treasure lands aren't better simply because they are more valuable. The Emperor cautioned. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. So why do treasure lands need a strong expert to manage? Because they must bear risks. These risks come from many causes. Some treasure lands are located at the border between 2 ancient countries and may face invasions from hostile ancient countries. Other treasure lands are connected to certain perilous places. For instance, Fierce Sun ancient country's first-grade treasure land known as Star Sand River. It produces the precious resource Star Sand, a rare refinement treasure for the body, effective even for heavenly venerate, sought after by experts from various ancient countries. However, the bottom of this Star Sand River connects to a mysterious world, and occasionally, powerful beings from that mysterious world will invade along the Star Sand River. The manager of Star Sand River must ensure its security, so that Star Sand can be continuously produced and submitted to the ancient country. Of course, generally speaking, the more valuable the managed resource treasure land is, the more benefits it provides. As for hidden dangers, if a resource treasure land is too dangerous, no matter how precious it is, no expert will choose it. Managing a resource treasure land, failing to meet the ancient country's resource submission requirement will incur punishment, so the Emperor advised Lin Yuan to consider carefully. Lin Yuan watched for a while. Actually, even before coming, he had already familiarized himself with many of the resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun ancient country. After all, any core royal member will be granted 1 or 2 treasure lands, and Lin Yuan estimated he wouldn't be an exception, just not expecting the Emperor to allow him to choose freely. Our Fierce Sun ancient country's continuous wars with other ancient countries are essentially for competing over more precious resource treasure lands. The Emperor smiled and asked, Galaxy, have you decided which 3 treasure lands to select? Lin Yuan looked at the numerous flickering lights on the domain map before him, indicating all the treasure lands he could choose from. After brief contemplation, he circled his chosen 3 resource treasure lands. Hey, you nest! The Emperor and King Qibao glanced. Lin Yuan's choice included 2 first-grade treasure lands and 1 second-grade treasure land. Among them, Heiyu Nest was one of the 2 first-grade treasure lands. Heiyu Nest produces the special resource Heiyu, which can refine beings' mental will. For experts, mental will is crucial. Its impact on strength enhancement isn't as apparent as the body and soul, but it's extremely important. Precisely because of this, Heiyu Nest is classified as a first-grade treasure land. Lin Yuan's selection of Heiyu Nest incorporated his own considerations. The strength of mental will is more akin to rule comprehension, able to synchronize with chaos void and this Feng Yuan world. Managing Heiyu Nest can obtain 1/10 of the Heiyu from this first-grade treasure land, which Lin Yuan can entirely use on himself to refine his own mental will. The enhancement of mental will of the Feng Yuan world body naturally elevates the mental will of the true self in chaos void as well. Heiyu Nest is at the border between Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xianin Ancient Country. It's not safe there. The emperor pondered while looking at Lin Yuan. The Heiyu of Heiyu Nest is also useful to the experts of Xianin Ancient Country. Managing the treasure land would require constantly facing potential invasions from Xianin Ancient Country's experts. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He has already planned to station 1 primordial spirit permanently at Heiyu Nest. Generally speaking, conflicts between 2 ancient countries, unless it's a large-scale or total war, won't typically deploy heavenly venerate level forces. Heiyu Nest, despite being a valuable first-grade treasure land, will only show its true worth with long-term occupation and stable Heiyu harvest. Sending a heavenly venerate to occupy Heiyu Nest for a short time, only to be quickly overtaken by an enemy heavenly venerate, doesn't provide much benefit. Lin Yuan has the strength of a primordial spirit, and although it doesn't match his true form, it surpasses the normal limit of core royalty. Holding the fort at the Heiyu Nest is more than sufficient. Besides the Heiyu Nest, another primary treasure site is fairly dangerous. Lin Yuan plans to send another primordial spirit to oversee it. As for the last secondary treasure site, although its resource output cannot compare to Heiyu, it poses little risk, being located in the heart of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Lin Yuan only needs to send an incarnation for its guardianship. Since you have already decided, here are the imperial edicts for the 3 treasure sites. The emperor said, and with a flick of his hand, 3 crystal stones appeared. These 3 crystal stones faintly resonated with the 3 treasure sites, serving as imperial edicts from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Leaving the imperial palace, King Qibao spoke with concern. Galaxy, do you know who is currently substituting to suppress the Heiyu Nest in place of the ancient country? The Heiyu Nest is located at the border between the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and the Xianin Ancient Country. Even without being officially granted, someone would still be appointed to suppress it. Of course, the substitute suppressor cannot gain the usual merits acquired from guarding such a valuable resource site and can only take 1/10 of the resource income. Even so, given Heiyu's worth, 1/10 of it is enough to make many powerhouses envious. It's Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, King Qibao said. Search * the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, although not a member of the ancient country's royalty, possesses strength that is formidable even among the other venerates. Would Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate dare defy the emperor's edict? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He was to take over the Heiyu Nest by the ancient country's edict. Would Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate dare refuse to vacate it? He wouldn't dare defy it, but there are many things one can do as long as they don't overtly violate it. King Qibao shook his head. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate has a great need for Heiyu, which is why he is sitting in at the Heiyu Nest on behalf of the ancient country. Though Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate wouldn't openly defy your edict to take over, he could delay, using the pretext of an imminent Xianin ancient country invasion, to completely delay your takeover. Every bit of delay lets him reap more Heiyu, which is quite advantageous for Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, and there would be no apparent breach of the emperor's edict. King Qibao said, "Very well, I have had dealings with Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate before. I will train to make a trip to the Heiyu Nest." King Qibao thought for a moment, then spoke. "Thank you, King Qibao. Lin Yuan also understood King Chibao's goodwill. Having traversed the ancient country for so long, King Qibao knew many things in the shadows. With him by his side, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate would have to find a compelling reason if he wanted to delay any further. Heiyu Nest. As a primary treasure site of the fierce Sun ancient country, it naturally had a space-time teleportation formation connecting to the capital city. Whoosh, a space-time passage was connected here, and an old man with a red beard and a young man stepped out from it. At the Heiyu Nest, every million years, 100 caddies of Heiyu are formed in the core area, of which 90 caddies are turned over to the ancient country, while the overseer can keep 10 caddies. King Qibao explained, but according to the information I have, the Heiyu generated every million years at the Heiyu Nest always exceeds 100 caddies, typically ranging between 110 to 120 caddies. A million-year production of 100 caddies of Heiyu is merely the minimum output of the Heiyu Nest. In reality, this is often exceeded, and the excess naturally falls into the hands of the Guardian. On the surface, it is said that the Guardian can obtain 1/10 of the Heiyu production, but in reality, it's closer to 2/10. Lin Yuan and King Qibao had just arrived. From within the depths of Heiyu Nest, a man in a red robe emerged. A flicker of flame could be vaguely seen between the eyebrows of the man in the red robe, a clone left by Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate at this location. Qibao. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate looked calmly at King Qibao, then glanced at Lin Yuan standing beside him. I come under the imperial edict with Brother Galaxy to take over this Heiyu Nest. King Qibao promptly mentioned the ancient country's emperor. Take over Heiyu Nest? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate fell into silence, for he too had received the edict to relinquish the Heiyu Nest, so it was no surprise. Indeed. I have brought Brother Galaxy here already. King Qibao gazed at the red-eyed venerable while secretly sending a message to Lin Yuan. Brother Galaxy, no matter what excuse Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate comes up with to delay, say nothing and leave everything to me. I refuse to believe he would dare openly defy the Emperor's edict. King Qibao had already prepared to completely fall out with Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate. He was determined to help Lin Yuan take over the Heiyu Nest smoothly. If they let it drag on, who knows how long it would take, and more importantly, it would open them to ridicule from other Venerates. You are Galaxy? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate ignored King Qibao, staring at Lin Yuan. Such intense Qi Yang aura. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate was secretly startled. As a Venerate himself, he could perceive far more than King Qibao, subtly sensing Lin Yuan's formidable foundational aura. Forget it. By now the Heiyu is of little benefit to me, and with Galaxy's formidable strength, he is bound to be heavily nurtured by the ancient country. Who knows, we might even have future dealings. It's unnecessary to thoroughly offend him. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate thought privately. If it had been another ordinary royal family prince, he would surely have delayed further since he could sell Heiyu even if he didn't use it himself. But Galaxy? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate weighed the pros and cons and knew how to advance and retreat wisely. Thinking of this, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate spoke in a deep voice. Since the Emperor has issued an edict, I will leave at once. Brother Galaxy, be cautious of the Xianxia ancient country on that side after you take over this treasure site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's brow burned with flame, like a miniature fierce sun, perfectly cooperating with Lin Yuan to take charge of Heiyu Nest. I realized a flaw in my spiritual will previously, and spent a great amount of resources to gain the opportunity to be the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest. Now that flaw is almost patched up. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate thought to himself. The special resource Heiyu within Heiyu Nest is greatly beneficial to the spiritual will of living beings. However, Heiyu is hard to obtain. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate needs it, and so do other Heavenly Venerates. Only by becoming the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest can one steadily acquire Heiyu. Since the flaw in spiritual will is resolved, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate is reluctant to continue occupying Heiyu Nest, especially as the renowned Galaxy Great Lord is coming to take over. With the spiritual will resolved, it's time to prepare for that step. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's mind wandered. In this world, every heavenly venerate from the 6 ancient countries desires to take that step. It is said that in the extremely ancient times, there existed only one ancient country, and later the second ancient country, then the third ancient country was born. Until now, the 6 ancient countries stand side by side. If I could take that step, I would establish the 7th ancient country, like the ancestors, illuminating this world, eternal and immortal, knowing both past and future. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate yearned immensely. Why do the Heavenly Venerates follow the commands of the ancient countries? It's all to enhance the possibility of taking that step. Over the years, I've amassed enough merits, enough to exchange for a chance to possess an ancestor, to experience the height and vision of an ancestor in advance. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate served the fierce Sun ancient country for many years. With the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, he experienced hundreds of wars with other ancient countries and reaped benefits from sitting at resource strongholds. He has accumulated 100 billion merits. Enough to possess an ancestor once. I've lived long enough. Continuing further would be merely endless repetition. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate understands the risks of taking that step, even if he has prepared for years and added the final ancestor possession. The hope remains slim. Sir, the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But however slim, it is still hope. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate feels he should take a chance. At worst, he would fully immerse himself within some loop time segment. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate continued to instruct Lin Yuan, as he prepared to take that step, seeing everything with clarity. What do struggles between heavenly venerates and royal families matter? If he succeeded in establishing the 7th ancient country, those struggles would naturally be forgotten. If failed, immersed in a time loop, those struggles hold no meaning to him. Therefore, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's instructions to Lin Yuan were quite sincere, with no hidden misguidance. After instructing, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate directly left, disappearing into the space-time teleportation formation from Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan smoothly took over this top-tier resource stronghold, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. It's due to King Qibao that this went so smoothly. Lin Yuan smiled and said to King Qibao, "Strange." King Qibao frowned in thought. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate always acts extremely dominantly. Back then, to compete for the temporary guardian opportunity of Heiyu Nest, he nearly completely offended 4 to 5 other Heavenly Venerates. That's why outsiders speculated that Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate had a great demand for Heiyu. Now he abandons it so easily? King Qibao seemed full of doubt. But this resource stronghold he indeed gave it up without doing any secret tricks, directly leaving and Galaxy, you have fully taken charge of all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. Regardless of Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's nature, he has indeed treated me well. Lin Yuan said, "His instructions to me just now were indeed reasonable." "They are indeed reasonable." King Qibao nodded. "That's why I didn't say anything from start to finish. What Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate told you were all things to be cautious about when stationing at a resource stronghold on the border." "Forget it." King Qibao pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Anyway, this matter is a good thing. Smoothly taking over Heiyu Nest saves a lot of time. I originally intended to speak thoroughly with Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate. Yes, it's a good thing." Lin Yuan nodded. Taking over this top-tier resource stronghold without a hitch is indeed good. Even holding an imperial decree from the ancient country, if a strong figure like Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate were to secretly obstruct, it would be troublesome. Since none of that happened, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. "Galaxy, how do you plan to station at this resource stronghold?" King Qibao asked Lin Yuan. "I'll station with a clone." Lin Yuan's thoughts subtly moved, and his Taiyin primordial spirit emerged, entering the core of Heiyu Nest, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations. The guardians of resource strongholds rarely use their true form, usually stationing with clones, incarnations, or simply subordinates. Each resource stronghold has a space-time teleportation formation, besides grand formations and killing formations for protection. If any unforeseen event occurs, as long as it lasts 10 breaths, it's enough for guardians to provide support. A clone is best. After all, this is a top-tier resource stronghold. King Qibao nodded. Even Qiyang Heavenly Venerates stationed at Heiyu Nest with a clone. Top-tier resource strongholds are extremely valuable. Dispatching incarnations or subordinates to guard remains unreliable. Let's go to the next stronghold. King Qibao immediately brought Lin Yuan into the space-time teleportation formation, heading to Lin Yuan's second resource stronghold. Deep within Heiyu Nest, Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirits sat cross-legged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Breakthrough, Subscription Request, _2 inches this Heiyu? A piece of dark, profound jade appeared before Lin Yuan. Vaguely, an alluring aura circulated within it. The next full aggregation of Heiyu is still tens of thousands of years away, but Heiyu here has already fully consolidated. Currently, a small part of Heiyu has matured early, similar to becoming ripe ahead of time, and as the guardian, Lin Yuan naturally could extract it. Simply by feeling the aura of Heiyu from up close, Lin Yuan seemed to experience layers of illusions, and his spiritual will was invisibly sharpened and elevated. My current spiritual will index is roughly 70 million points, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing to the 12th layer, Lin Yuan's spiritual will index surged to 60 million points. Now, a few thousand years have passed, and his spiritual will index increased by 10 million points. The speed of progress can be quite bewildering. 70 million points of spiritual will index completely reached the peak of the sovereign realm, even entering the domain of the chaos realm. However, compared to Lin Yuan's current power, merely 70 million points in spiritual will index is considered a weakness. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's current combat power fully matches that of an ordinary chaos great saint. 70 million points in spiritual will index is quite inconspicuous among them, even weak. Which chaos great saint hasn't gone through multiple cosmic eras? Their spiritual will index generally exceeded 1 billion. However, the impact of spiritual will index on power is not that significant, unlike the tangible differences in physical strength. Next, the task of this primordial spirit is to refine Heiyu as much as possible to enhance spiritual will. Lin Yuan looked at the floating Heiyu before him and began refining it directly. Instantly, waves of penetrating aura surged deep into Lin Yuan's soul, invisibly refining the strength of his spiritual will. While spiritual will strength may not be very useful during combat, it should not be too weak, especially during breakthrough attempts, where weak spiritual will could lead to failure. The stronger one is, the more they focus on their spiritual will. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate would rather completely offend several other Heavenly Venerates to occupy Heiyu Nest, all to compensate for weaknesses in his spiritual will. Another top-grade resource stronghold, known as Green Wave Cliff. The acting guardian is named King Chi Kuei. Unlike Qiyang Heavenly Venerate, King Chi Kuei is a core royal who has grown to his limit. Haha, Galaxy, I just received the royal decree instructing you to take over Green Wave Cliff, and I've been waiting here early this morning. King Chi Kuei was a very imposing man, with hearty laughter and boundless enthusiasm. Come, come, this is a fine wine I've been saving for years. King Qibao hasn't tasted it. Chi Kuei, you're saying this right in front of me? King Qibao rolled his eyes. So what if I say it face to face? King Chi Kuei said carelessly. Thank you, King Chi Kuei. Lin Yuan said next to them. In King Chibao's initial estimate, the most challenging of the 3 treasure lands Lin Yuan was supposed to take over was the Heiyu Nest. After all, it involves a Heavenly Venerate king, specifically the extremely domineering Qiyang Heavenly Venerate among the Heavenly Venerates. As for the other 2 resource strongholds, there wouldn't be any problems. The acting guardian of Green Wave Cliff is indeed one of the royal family itself. The 3 of them drank fine wine and chatted for a while. King Chi Kuei then voluntarily handed over the main battle formations of Green Wave Cliff to Lin Yuan. He then got up and left through the space-time teleportation formation. After King Qi Kuei disappeared, King Qibao laughed at the side. Qi Kuei must feel quite frustrated inside. King Qibao said with a smile. Frustrated? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao, his expression thoughtful. How could he not be? Giving up such a prime stronghold. If it weren't for the emperor personally intervening, King Qi Kuei wouldn't have surrendered so smoothly. King Qibao said casually, Does the emperor have a great deal of prestige among the royal family? Lin Yuan asked. Do you think prime strongholds like these would fall to the hands of a royal king without deliberate favoritism from the emperor? King Qibao asked. Probably not. Lin Yuan nodded. If the emperor didn't show favoritism, obtaining a prime stronghold would rely on personal power. Even for core royals grown to their limits when it comes to strength, at most they can hold their own against those heavenly venerate kings, but in an actual battle, they would certainly lose. Therefore, the emperor has tilted resources heavily towards the royal family, and royal powerhouses must support the emperor's orders unconditionally. King Qibao said, Those heavenly venerate kings, if they feel uncomfortable, might feign compliance with the royal decrees, obstructing in secret. But the royal kings? They naturally wouldn't dare to do so. I see. Lin Yuan realized internally. Indeed. To the exalted ancestor of fierce sun, what's the difference between royal, so-called heavenly venerates? They're all his own bloodline descendants, and this can be seen in how possession opportunities are also open to heavenly venerates. What does the emperor mean by this? Even though Galaxy might have great potential, he hasn't truly broken the heavenly venerate barrier, directly bestowing Greenwave Cliff upon him? And then Heiyu Nest as well? Isn't this favoritism too much? King Qi Kuei walked out of the space-time teleportation formation and entered his own residence, his expression not looking great. When he was crowned a king, he was only bestowed with a 4th-grade treasure land. To this day, he hasn't guarded a truly top-grade treasure land. Greenwave Cliff was only temporarily under his guardianship. But now, directly bestowing 2 prime strongholds to Galaxy? Those are top-grade treasure lands. Even the strongest heavenly venerates need to make immense contributions to earn them as rewards. While royal kings find it easier to obtain, it's still incredibly difficult to be decreed one. With the emperor's bias, what can I do? King Qi Kuei sighed. From the perspective of the entire royal family, Galaxy Great Lord has the hope of breaking the heavenly venerate barrier that traps the royal family, and awarding him 2 top-grade treasure lands is not excessive. But the treasure land that he worked hard to become acting guardian of, which happened to be one of these, left King Qi Kuei feeling uneasy. Successfully taking over 2 prime treasure lands, the remaining 2nd-layer treasure land was equally smooth. Lin Yuan allowed the Taiyin Divine Spirit to oversee Heiyu Nest and Greenwave Cliff, while for the 2nd-layer treasure land, he dispatched an avatar to oversee it. The value of 2nd-layer treasure lands does not compare to prime treasure lands, and the danger is not high, making it suitable for an avatar to guard. Even if danger arises, the avatar only needs to hold for 10 or more breaths until Lin Yuan's true form arrives to provide support. For the 3 treasure lands, aside from obtaining 1/10 of the resources produced, each 10,000 years of guardianship will earn merit rewards. Lin Yuan returned to his residence, calculating in his mind. For each 10,000 years of guardianship, a top-grade treasure land will grant 100 merit and 2nd-layer treasure land 10 merits. This means, from now on, Lin Yuan will gain 210 merits every 10,000 years. While 210 merits may not seem much, it is endless. Every 10,000 years, there will be an income. 10,000 years, to great lords and heavenly venerates, is merely a brief retreat. Many great lords, heavenly venerates calculate their retreats in millions of years. 10,000 years equals 210 merits. A million years amounts to 21,000 merits. This counts as a very considerable income. Many powerful heavenly venerates have fought for the ancient country for billions of years without guarding 2 prime treasure lands. Continue comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagram. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the chaos mystic pattern diagram. Currently, The 3 chaos mystic pattern diagrams Lin Yuan has redeemed are adequate to comprehend the path to the third realm. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The 27th pattern diagram. Lin Yuan looked at a diagram entwined with chaos qi. Strands of chaos qi continuously formed patterns, like a certain fundamental principle of the universe, sparking inspiration and understanding in Lin Yuan's mind. Every strand of chaos qi, despite seeming ordinary, was like the Tao origin, woven with countless complexities. SAR the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Your enlightenment is extraordinary. Viewing the chaos mystic pattern diagram significantly enhances your understanding of chaos rule. In a dazed state, the 27th pattern diagram before Lin Yuan began to clear up. I understand. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, as if clearing the clouds to see the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram consists of 81 pieces. These 81 mystical patterns were bestowed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, exhausting the essence of chaos rule in its profound intricacies. The 27th Chaos Mystic Pattern is the last of the 18 mystical patterns within the second realm of chaos. Comprehending this pattern signifies reaching the pinnacle of the second realm in understanding the chaos rule. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan felt delighted in his heart. Originally, while observing this chaos mystic pattern, there were still many aspects he couldn't comprehend. But now, all doubts were gone. Every thread of entwined chaos qi seemed so wonderfully simple in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ancestor of Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, stripping away the essence of the chaos rule and displaying it in the form of a mystical pattern. Such a method was simply astonishing. However, even with such excellent cultivation conditions throughout the endless years of the Fierce Sun ancient country, not a single 13th layer has been born. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel the pressure. In fact, since this origin world was born until now, there have been only 6 known 13th layer temporal beings, each establishing a great ancient country. Besides the very first 13th layer temporal being, the remaining 5 13th layer temporal beings consist of 3 from the ancient country established by the first and 2 from another ancient country. And the Fierce Sun ancient country? It has not produced a 13th layer except for the ancestor. Sarch * the novel of Ire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The heavenly venerates of the Fierce Sun ancient country, as long as they experience enough time, can generally accumulate 1 trillion credits to possess the ancestor once, even 2 or 3 times. Moreover, they will basically comprehend all 81 chaos mystic patterns. Lin Yuan mused silently. 1 trillion credits seem unattainable in a short time, but guarding a first-class treasure land for 10,000 years yields 100 credits. It's merely holding guardianship for 10 trillion years. For the heavenly venerates, 10 trillion years is not considered long. Moreover, every time there is a full-scale war between ancient countries, whenever the heavenly venerates intervene, they earn rewards of credit. Forget it. It's too early to think about these things now. Lin Yuan calmed himself. Currently, he's at the mastery realm. Considering ascending to the 13th layer will only be contemplated after achieving perfection in the chaos realm. Let's look at the 28th chaos mystic pattern. With a slight mental movement, a new pattern appeared before Lin Yuan. From the 28th onwards, the 81 chaos mystic patterns elaborate the mysteries of the third realm of chaos. 54 mystical patterns encompass the chaos third realm, demonstrating the extreme obscurity and difficulty at this level of the chaos rule. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the chaos mystic pattern, you gain insights into the chaos rule. Merely contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan felt that the essence of the chaos rule contained in this chaos mystic pattern exceeded the sum of the previous 27. Marvelous, truly beautiful. Lin Yuan carefully observed and reflected, estimating that comprehending this mystical pattern would take about 1,000 years. In other words, Barring any accidents, 1,000 years later, Lin Yuan's understanding of the chaos rule would reach the third realm of chaos. Chaos void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The pinnacle of the chaos second realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I can attempt to evolve the yin-yang taiji power of chaos. Evolving one's unique power path through the chaos rule is an endeavor that only chaos void great saints can achieve. Lin Yuan's ability to attempt it now was entirely due to his profound foundation in the comprehension of rules. One must know that even in an origin world where the scope of rule comprehension far surpasses that of the chaos void, it would require a great lord to hope to evolve a chaos-exclusive power path. But Lin Yuan? He began trying from the mastery realm. In fact, if not for the intricate difficulty of evolving the yin-yang taiji power of chaos, requiring a high level of comprehension of the chaos rule, Lin Yuan could have attempted it in the path-splitting realm. Compared to the singular approaches like chaos flame, chaos shadow, and chaos life, the chaos yin-yang taiji is a new power born from the fusion of two entirely different paths. Within his internal universe, Lin Yuan's form emerged distinctly. Roaring. A massive amount of chaos qi gathered in front of him, resembling a chaotic ocean. Hot and cold breaths churned continuously in the depths of that ocean. With insights at the pinnacle of the chaos second realm, it is indeed possible to evolve the yin-yang taiji power of chaos, but at what speed? Lin Yuan sensed a bit and found that it would take at least 10 million years to evolve successfully. 10 million years? Although 10 million years is nothing to Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 12th layer, lifespan limitations are no longer a concern, it's still too long. From becoming an evolver until now, how much time has even passed? Using insights at the pinnacle of the chaos second realm to evolve the yin-yang taiji of chaos, it's somewhat too forcing, thus requiring 10 million years. If the comprehension of the chaos rule reaches the third realm, the time for evolution would likely be significantly reduced. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. The yin-yang taiji power of chaos, within it, is based on chaos as the foundation, the vessel. The higher the comprehension of chaos rule, the naturally shorter it will take to evolve the yin-yang taiji power. The pinnacle of the chaos second realm requires 10 million years to evolve the yin-yang taiji power. Should Lin Yuan's insights reach the third realm of chaos, it might only take 10,000 years. Progressing further to attain insights at the pinnacle of the chaos third realm? Perhaps just 1,000 to several thousand years will suffice. Take it slow. I'm not in a rush. Even if it truly takes 10 million years, I can afford to wait. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, contemplating in his heart. However, the help from Heiyu for mental willpower is indeed substantial. It's only been half a year, and my mental willpower index has increased by at least 5 million points, reaching 75 million. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder the Heiyu nest is considered a first-class treasure land. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life form. What treasures haven't those great lords and heavenly venerates seen? Even so, they still scramble to compete for the position of guarding the Heiyu nest. This shows the effectiveness of Heiyu. It took me just over half a year to increase my mind willpower index by 5 million points. It must be because I just started using Heiyu. It won't take just half a year to gain such an increase again. Previously, Lin Yuan had never used Heiyu, which is why he could achieve such a significant increase. The reason Qiyang Heavenly Venerate willingly gave up the Heiyu nest is not only because he didn't want to offend Lin Yuan but also because his mind willpower issues have been mostly resolved, and Heiyu no longer has a significant effect on him. When I've accumulated extra Heiyu, I can bring it to the Chaos Void and sell it to those venerable saints. Lin Yuan thought silently. At least until now, he had never heard of any treasure in the Chaos Void that could enhance mind willpower so effectively. Previously, Lin Yuan had traveled through the Myriad Realms Gate and descended into the Boundless Void, where he slew void creatures in the Void's secret realm, which also increased mind willpower strength. But this kind of enhancement has a limit and can only increase up to 40 or 50 million points at most. Nothing compares to Heiyu, which has a significant effect on the mind willpower of those at the Heavenly Venerate level. Between Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Ombwa Void Domain. It is a vast desolate void. The term desolate void is a general term referring to the area between two void domains. Void domains are areas rich in chaos chi, suitable for creatures to cultivate and survive. Under the nourishment of chaos chi, they more easily give rise to strong beings. The desolate void between void domains has thin chaos chi, and few strong beings reside here permanently. If one compares the chaos void to an ocean, each void domain is like an island in the ocean, while the desolate void occupies 99% of the ocean's space. Simply put, in the boundless chaos void, the desolate void occupies most of the area. At this moment, the previously lifeless desolate void suddenly emanated terrifying waves of breath. A fiery red aura continuously collided with an aura of endless dark shadow, and the aftermath spread in all directions. Natural universes nurtured by the chaos void began prematurely moving towards a great destruction. 9 Phoenix, just what will it take for you to stop? The source representing the endless dark shadow aura, which is the shadow demon Great Saint, spoke again. When other Chaos Realm beings break through to the Great Saint level, they are usually congratulated by other Great Saints. Yet after becoming a Great Saint, he, the shadow demon Great Saint, was soon after pursued by 9 Phoenix Great Saint. This pursuit has continued until now. It has made the shadow demon Great Saint miserable, wondering if he can continue to focus on cultivating. Stop! 9 Phoenix Great Saint sneered. If you can resurrect all my kin, I'll stop. How about that? Can you do it? That's impossible. The shadow demon Great Saint shook his head. 9 Phoenix Great Saint, being a naturally phenomenal life form, and most of his kin had crossed into the 12th layer, freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time. How can they be resurrected? Freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time indeed breaks the shackles of lifespan, but at the same time, it also loses the opportunity for resurrection. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing in response, instead using the chaos flame, filled with boundless vitality, to strike toward the shadow demon Great Saint. The shadow demon Great Saint's form became indistinct, and the chaos flame struck the distant desolate void. However, bang! A faint tearing sound echoed. Where the chaos flame had struck, a fragment of space-time appeared, seemingly revealing a corner of a great world. Wisps of Xianxia chi spread and coiled around. What is that? 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately noticed this scene. Rarely in sync, they stopped and observed the fragment of space-time that appeared. This fragment of space-time should be one of the entrances to a universe, originally hidden in the depths of space-time, but was revealed by my strike? 9 Phoenix Great Saint was skeptical. It's not a natural universe, but a postnatal universe. Only an absolute Great Saint, perhaps even a strong one among absolute Great Saints, could have created such a vast universe. Shadow Demon Great Saint similarly discerned much. In the Chaos Void, there are 2 types of universes. One is the natural universe, a universe nurtured by the Chaos Void. The other is a postnatal universe, created by beings at the absolute Great Saint level. A postnatal universe cannot have the indestructible qualities of a natural universe, but in terms of foundations, it surpasses the latter by far. After all, it was created by an absolute Great Saint. An absolute Great Saint can create a postnatal universe and set their own rules within it, often using it as their lair. Opportunity, this is a great opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was wildly joyous inside. A universe created by an absolute Great Saint? Especially considering the current situation, this absolute Great Saint should no longer be present, or else it could never have been struck to reveal a corner. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Star Tears, Fragment World. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, pondering over the 28th Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. With a flick of his right hand, a piece of beast skin appeared. The beast's skin floated and drifted, emitting an indefinite aura. The mysterious map on its surface faintly glimmered with light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Shenhuang Universe, Subscription Requested, the desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and the Anbua Void Domain. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint rarely stopped the slaughter, carefully observing the corner of the universe's aura that had been revealed. The hatred between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was indeed relentless and unending. But this glimpse of the universe discovered now involved a peerless Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint could not help but take it seriously. Although a peerless Great Saint is also at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the same as the Chaos Great Saint Realm, their combat power is significantly higher than the latter. Moreover, every peerless Great Saint has much exploration and understanding in impacting the 13th dimension. The peerless Great Saints search through the Chaos Void, pursuing traces of life at the 13th dimension, and have gained some insights and rewards. These rewards are undoubtedly crucial for the Chaos Great Saints and may even increase the likelihood of impacting the 13th dimension. Both Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints can impact the 13th dimension, but the latter has made far more preparations, and their chances of success are naturally higher. Unexpectedly, shortly after being promoted to the Great Saint, I discovered a universe opened by a Peerless Great Saint. A great opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's heart surged with excitement. At the stage of Chaos Realm's perfection, few things could attract him. Resources? Chaos Great Saints do not lack resources, as they have reached the pinnacle in all aspects, and having more resources does not enhance them much. The Peerless Great Saint's combat power surpasses the Chaos Great Saints not because of resources, but due to the Chaos path they have evolved on their own. Weapons? Actually, Chaos Great Saints also do not lack weapons. Unless it's weapons of the 13th dimension level, their interest is generally not significant. For any Chaos Great Saint, there is only one thing that attracts them most. That is the 13th dimension. Impacting the 13th dimension is the goal of every Chaos Great Saint. Many Chaos Great Saints have lived through long cosmic eras, and their relatives and friends have mostly died, leaving only the obsession to impact the 13th dimension. The interior of this universe already shows trends of breaking apart, otherwise, it couldn't have been blasted out a corner. Even without my attack, hundreds or thousands of cosmic eras later, this corner would still be exposed. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint also continuously observed. She could clearly perceive that this universe developed postnatally was unbelievably ancient, originating from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. After so many cosmic eras have passed, many time-spaces inside this universe are near collapse and remain unrepaired, suggesting its creator likely hasn't returned. See Teach Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint drew many conclusions. Not returning to a universe you developed for such a long time? Letting its interior time and space collapse can only mean a few possibilities. 1. This peerless Great Saint is dead. 2. This peerless Great Saint is impacting the 13th dimension and has not succeeded yet, being trapped in a time loop. 3. This peerless Great Saint reincarnated. Amongst the three possibilities, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint believes the second is closest to the truth. But no matter which one, it signifies that this peerless Great Saint may have difficulty appearing in the world again. Even considering the third reincarnation possibility, having not recovered all memories and returned to the peak for such a long time, the hope of returning to this universe is slim. For Chaos Realm's strong reincarnation means, the hope of recovery is greatest in the first life. Failing to recover in the first life means significantly fewer awakened memories in the second, and even less in the third, fourth, and so on. Even for a peerless Great Saint, if they haven't returned to the peak in the third life, they typically can't return anymore, losing memories with each reincarnation. 9 Phoenix, you should also know the importance of this universe. The grievances between us can be set aside temporarily to join hands in exploring this universe. The Shadow Demon Great Saint glanced at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, speaking. Normally, before a peerless Great Saint impacts the 13th dimension, they would leave everything behind. Their weapons and treasures, insights and experiences, exploration of the 13th dimension, and so on. Indeed, impacting the 13th dimension basically has only two possibilities: success or being trapped in a time loop. If successful, ascending to become a time life of the 13th dimension, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind are of no importance. Even if others know, they just know. If they fail, trapped in an eternal time loop, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind have no impact, and if it helps create a 13th dimension time life, it might even rescue them from the time loop. Indeed, the time loop of a perfected 12th dimension can be interfered with by a 13th dimension life. Of course, even for a 13th dimension time life, forcibly breaking a certain time loop would come at a great cost, but it's always a glimmer of hope. And for such a perfected 12th dimension life that is rescued by external interference, it would equate to losing the opportunity to impact the 13th dimension. Join hands to explore. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint looked at the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Indeed, even if you kill me, your closest family and clan cannot be resurrected, but as long as you step into the 13th dimension, you can reverse the timeline and resurrect your deceased closest family and clan. The Shadow Demon Great Saint spoke. The revival of deceased beings in the 12th dimension is based on the river of time, using the life imprint as an anchor point for resurrection. So, when one ascends to the 12th dimension, shedding the constraints of time life, the life imprint leaps out of the river of time, losing the ability to be revived. However, for 13th dimension time life? 13th dimension time life can see many future timelines and past timelines. The resurrection means they can accomplish is to resurrect against the timeline. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Xianhuang Universe, subscription requested, _2 This resurrection power does not require any reliance. As long as one has existed before, they can be resurrected. Advance to the 13th realm? 9 Phoenix Great Saint fell silent. She paused the fight with Shadow Demon Great Saint due to this consideration. The universe opened by this Supreme Great Saint likely stores insights on advancing to the 13th realm. If she can acquire them, her future hope of advancing to the 13th realm might increase. As for why the Supreme Great Saint has not returned, it is basically impossible for them to advance to the 13th realm. Yet, every great saint who has perfected the Chaos realm is full of confidence, walking their own paths. Even if the Supreme Great Saint failed to reach the 13th realm, it does not mean she will fail too. All right. 9 Phoenix Great Saint weighed the pros and cons and finally made a decision. All grudges are insignificant when facing the challenge of the 13th realm. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon Great Saint sighed in relief. He was worried that 9 Phoenix Great Saint might continue to go berserk and ignore this universe. Now let's join forces to smash this section of the universe, then proceed inside. Shadow Demon Great Saint said, for what they were seeing was only part of this universe. The entire universe remained intact. To enter, they either need the method to access it or forcefully smash their way in. Yes. 9 Phoenix Great Saint nodded. Rumble. The full force combined strike of the two Great Saints was much stronger than 9 Phoenix's earlier attack. The terrifying chaotic power tore through space-time and hurled towards the revealed section of the universe. Buzzing. In an instant, the universe suddenly emitted infinite Xianhuang Qi, rapidly diluting the combined strike of 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Great Saint under its protection. Meanwhile, a heavy wave of space-time fluctuations spread in all directions, the strike from the two Great Saints reverberating like hitting an ancient bell, the terrifying sound waves expanding through the boundless space-time. Not good. Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint's expressions changed. Their combined strike not only failed to smash this section of the universe but even failed to shake it. A postnatal universe left from eons ago holds terrifying depths, even when its internal space-time neared collapse. It easily blocked the strike of these two Great Saints. What was the strength of the Supreme Great Saint who originally opened this universe? Yet Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint could not think deeply about these matters. for the result of their combined strike was the emergence of terrifying space-time ripple waves. These space-time ripple waves spread toward the surrounding void domains. What's going on? These space-time fluctuations? Within each void domain, Chaos Venerables faintly sensed and looked towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. This fluctuation? Is it the fluctuation of a universe? A postnatal universe? The universe opened by a supreme great saint? Inside a postnatal universe opened by a supreme great saint surely lies many treasures and profound insights, possibly even realizations for advancing to the 13th realm. Great opportunity. This is a great opportunity. The eyes of each Chaos Venerable burned with passion. Advancement to the 13th realm is not merely the goal of Chaos Great Saints. Even those new to Chaos Realm have this yearning. This exists within the postnatal universe opened by the Supreme Great Saint. Even if the realizations for advancing to the 13th realm are not obtained, the treasures and divine artifacts left by a Supreme Great Saint are sufficient for Chaos Venerables to benefit endlessly. Let's go. Go over there now. Immediately, some Chaos Venerables could not hold back and moved toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Indeed, this space-time fluctuation from the postnatal universe also contains waves of great saint-level power. This means that besides that universe, there should be Chaos Great Saints. Yet, does it matter? Normally, Chaos Venerables do not wish to offend a great saint. However, faced with an irresistible opportunity, what does a Chaos Great Saint matter? A postnatal universe created by a peerless great sage. The heavy fluctuations of time and space continue to spread, also alarming some Chaos Great Saints. In the Chaos Void, each void domain would have a few Chaos Venerables, but as for a Chaos Great Saint, even dozens or hundreds of void domains might not have one. Is it the aura of the Shadow Demon and the 9 Phoenix? Those two are quite lucky, stumbling upon an undiscovered postnatal universe. A Chaos Great Saint, eyes deep and penetrating, immediately deduced the cause and effect of the situation. The grudge between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint is not a secret among the Chaos Great Saints. The battles between the two Great Saints were just a spectacle for the other Great Saints, who weren't bothered to intervene as long as it didn't affect them. In the ancient Ming Chaos continent, in the fragment world of Star Tier, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he looked at the beast's skin floating before him. This piece of beast skin was something Lin Yuan obtained from a golden box inscribed with the mark of the profound Xianxia. According to the description by the six-armed silhouette in the spirit of the Xianxia secret realm, the golden box likely passed through the hands of His Majesty Xianxia. The treasure inside is a precious artifact of the profound Xianxia lineage. Is it a map? Lin Yuan discovered the root of the beast skin's anomaly was the map on its surface. Has the location marked on the map emerged? Lin Yuan thought to himself, pondering that the map on the beast's skin depicted a tomb, and according to the spirit of the Xianxia secret realm, this tomb belonged to His Majesty Xianxia. However, the map included areas within the mausoleum, but Lin Yuan did not know the coordinates of its location. Only when the mausoleum emerged, revealing its aura to resonate with the map, could it be known. Originally, Lin Yuan held little hope for the map. After all, who knew when His Majesty Xuanwang's tomb would emerge? Even after millions of cosmic eras passed without any sign, he assumed it would remain the same for millions more. But now? Sia the Novelier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The anomaly on the map of the beast's skin led Lin Yuan to speculate that His Majesty Xuanwang's tomb might have truly emerged. Specific space-time coordinates. Lin Yuan split a trace of his primordial spirit, exploring the map on the beast's skin, vaguely resonating with the mausoleum the map corresponded to. Is it there? Lin Yuan gazed in a certain direction, his eyebrows furrowing. Too far. Even with only a rough correspondence, Lin Yuan could sense the vast distance between the mausoleum and his current position. Even with Lin Yuan's current understanding of time and space, traveling with full effort and continuously void traveling, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach it. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. The galaxy. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable sent a message. Lin Yuan looked opposite, where the form of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable coagulated. Of course, what coagulated was merely the incarnation of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable, and it could only descend and coagulate with Lin Yuan's consent. A major event has occurred. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's expression was solemn as he swiftly conveyed the information he had just received. Between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbua Void Domain, a postnatal universe has appeared in the desolate void. How important is a postnatal universe? It is enough to drive the great saints to madness. Once this news spreads, it will only spread rapidly with terrifying speed. As a seasoned Chaos Realm entity, the ancient Ming Venerable knew many venerables and naturally received this news. A postnatal universe? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though waves stirred within his heart. The location mentioned by the ancient Ming Venerable was precisely the space-time coordinates Lin Yuan sensed through the map on the beast's skin. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a postnatal universe, Lin Yuan could almost confirm that this postnatal universe was related to His Majesty Xianxia, possibly even created by him. The mausoleum represented by the map on the beast's skin is likely within this postnatal universe. Now many venerables are rushing there, including some at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, and possibly even great saints. If it weren't for the postnatal universe being so far away, I would have gone to take a look myself. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable said with a shake of his head. It is indeed very far, Lin Yuan nodded. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbua Void Domain would require him to travel through the void continuously for hundreds of years to reach. The ancient Ming Venerable estimated it would be thousands or tens of thousands of years before he could arrive. Forget it, it's too far. Even if I rush there, the contention would probably be long over by the time I arrive. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, considering it quietly to himself. With his foundation, a postnatal universe is not something he absolutely must have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 The Teleportation of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Requesting subscription, they continued to chat for a few more sentences. Xianxia the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ancient Ming Venerable then got up to say goodbye. He had come specifically to inform Lin Yuan of this matter, purely for the sake of sharing information. This was something Lin Yuan had entrusted him with before. If anything major happened in the Chaos Void, remember to let him know. Ancient Ming Venerable took this matter seriously, which is why he came as soon as possible. After the ancient Ming Venerable left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. In the postnatal universe, the most valuable thing is none other than the exploration of the 13th level by supreme saints. This is also the key to the madness of those chaos great saints. If one achieves perfection at the 12th level and attempts the 13th level, perhaps gaining just a bit more insight, in the end, they could step into the 13th level. But in Lin Yuan's mind, this was just that. In the source world, Lin Yuan could even come into contact with true time life forms of the 13th level, and even possess them, experiencing the perspective and height of the 13th level. Compared to the Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Saints of the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's conditions were simply far superior. And the commotion in that postnatal universe was so great that even ancient Ming Venerable knew about it. This basically meant it was spreading within the Chaos Realm circle, estimating that nearby great saints would flock there. With great saints taking action, Lin Yuan did not think a postnatal universe from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago could withstand for much time. Even if he rushed there now, it would be meaningless. Hundreds of years later on arrival, the entire postnatal universe would probably be turned over, not even a drop of soup left. What a pity! Lin Yuan looked at the beast's skin in front of him, the map on it flickering with light. Depending on the map on the beast's skin, if Lin Yuan could reach that postnatal universe, he'd definitely have a great advantage, even with competition from other Chaos Great Saints. In the end, he could probably obtain most of the resources left by His Majesty Xianxia within the postnatal universe. His Majesty Zhuang's exploration and insight into the 13th level, Lin Yuan was not as eager as those Chaos Great Saints, but the numerous resources, weapons, and treasures left by a Supreme Saint at the end, Lin Yuan was still very interested in them. Chaos Great Saints had no desire for resources because their own abilities had reached extremes, and no amount of resources could enhance their strength. But Lin Yuan? He was currently in a phase of strength enhancement, with constant practice of the infinite void, second layer, his internal universe changing each day, and his desire for resources never stopped. This is why he had the idea to take the black jade from the source world through the Myriad Realms Gate and sell it at high prices to those Chaos Great Saints. The black jade, capable of enhancing the willpower of the heart, probably no Chaos Great Saint could resist, and they would go to any lengths to purchase it. Compared to plundering through slaughter, Lin Yuan still preferred to acquire resources through peaceful trade. It's just His Majesty Xianxia. Lin Yuan looked at the beast skin map, feeling reluctant. After all, how valuable must the inheritance of a Supreme Saint be, and how much cultivation time could it save him? Ask the spirit of the Xianxia's secret realm. Lin Yuan still wanted to understand more. Xianxia's secret realm. Due to the cosmic collapse, the Xianxia's secret realm was also affected, the originally vast secret realm world now reduced to a radius of 100 meters. Furthermore, the spirit of the secret realm had fallen into slumber. The avatar Lin Yuan left here opened its eyes and began to call upon the spirit of the secret realm. Master! The six-armed figure of the spirit of the secret realm awoke from slumber, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight confusion. With the universe now plunged into absolute silence, why was Lin Yuan waking it up at this time? Tell me about His Majesty Xianxia. Lin Yuan immediately said. The matters regarding His Majesty? The six-armed figure blinked, cautiously asked, which aspect? Weapons and treasures. Lin Yuan said. If His Majesty Xianxia truly fell into a time loop while attempting the 13th level, then his treasures and weapons would definitely be left in his resting palace, waiting for successors to claim. After all, external forces have almost no effect on the attempt of the 13th level. Weapons the six-armed figure thought for a moment. Among His Majesty's many weapons, the seal of Xianxia is the most powerful. Under a single strike, ordinary Chaos Great Saints would be annihilated, unable to resist. And then there's the armor of Xianxia, invulnerable to all laws, imperishable amidst tribulations. Wearing this armor, even Supreme Saints of the same level would find it difficult to inflict the slightest harm. Lin Yuan listened quietly, becoming increasingly tempted, as His Majesty Zhuang's main battle weapons totaled 6, each incredibly powerful. Even among Supreme Saints there were very few able to match them. At that time, when His Majesty was still present, those Supreme Saints did not dare contend with His Majesty, the six-armed figure said with a sigh. Among the Supreme Saints, His Majesty Xianxia definitely belonged to the most powerful tier. While Supreme Saints and Chaos Great Saints are both at the perfect state of the Chaos realm. But though their realms are the same, the power to fight and kill varies in strength. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, what on earth has happened? The six-armed figure tentatively asked. The map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan briefly explained the matter. The universe developed by His Majesty has been discovered? The six-armed figure lamented. If His Majesty Xianxia were still alive, no one could find the universe he developed. Now that the universe has been discovered and besieged by all the saints and venerables, it means that His Majesty Xianxia indeed hasn't appeared in the chaos void for a long time. Master, the weapons and treasures left by His Majesty should all belong to you. The six-armed figure looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but say. As the spirit of the secret realm created by His Majesty Xianxia, the six-armed figure naturally did not want to see His Majesty's weapons and treasures fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Yuan, having taken over the Xianxia's secret realm, is considered the heir of His Majesty, the rightful successor of that postnatal universe. As for outsiders, those venerables and saints coveting it, in the eyes of the six-armed figure, they are intruders, plunderers. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Starlight fragmented world. Lin Yuan pondered, considering the many possibilities of entering that postnatal universe. In fact, there's no need for much consideration. The biggest problem blocking Lin Yuan now is how to reach the vicinity of that postnatal universe in the shortest time. If he can't get there, everything is for naught. Hard. Lin Yuan mused for a while, unable to see much hope. With the current understanding and mastery of the eightfold realm of space-time, it would take hundreds of years to reach the postnatal universe. To arrive in a short time, perhaps a qualitative breakthrough in time perception is needed, like reaching the ninth realm of space-time? But a breakthrough in time perception? It requires a lot of accumulation, and with Lin Yuan's current perception, stepping into the ninth realm, it's possible, but it would take time. This leads to a dead-end loop. Relying solely on myself, it's impossible to get there in a short time. But what if I rely on external forces? Lin Yuan shifted his thinking, silently considering. For example, in the fierce Sun ancient country, wanting to travel from the capital to the edge domain, even a powerful heavenly venerate would need to perform millions of void traversals. But with the ancient country's space-time teleportation formation, it can be reached in just over 10 breaths. The space-time teleportation formation here is an external force. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan looked towards the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has branches throughout the chaos void, every void domain has a subdivision, and the Eye of Myriad Laws can descend upon any subdivision in an instant. If the Eye of Myriad Laws is willing to help Lin Yuan, there's hope to get there in a short time. Go and ask. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then immediately formed an incarnation and descended upon the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Inside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, as soon as Lin Yuan entered, he came to the deepest space. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion awaited Lin Yuan with a smile. The last evaluation of Lin Yuan by the Eye of Myriad Laws was something he had memorized to this day. A future 13th order life form? My heavens! To be evaluated like that by the Eye of Myriad Laws, even those unparalleled great saints couldn't achieve such a thing, right? The unparalleled great saints are only a step away from the 13th order, but that step is like a chasm, almost impossible to cross. I want to see the Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan immediately said, Please wait a moment. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion considered briefly before immediately starting to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. If other strong individuals came, directly requesting to see the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master wouldn't bother to respond. The Eye of Myriad Laws is such an existence that you can't just meet it upon request. But Lin Yuan? The pavilion master knew exactly what to do. Before long, time and space slowly rotated, forming a whirlpool. A massive eye condensed, gazing down upon Lin Yuan. What's the matter with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan with interest. I want to go here. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the space-time coordinates. What's your relationship with that young Xianxia? The Eye of Myriad Laws expressed surprise in its tone, staring at Lin Yuan for a moment. The young Xianxia. Lin Yuan pondered and immediately understood that the Eye of Myriad Laws was referring to His Majesty Xianxia. His Majesty Xianxia is incredibly ancient. Not to mention this era, even in the time of the Moyu Tower Master, few powerful individuals were aware of him. But the Eye of Myriad Laws clearly knows His Majesty Xianxia well, even calling him that kid. I have inherited part of the legacy left by His Majesty Xianxia. Lin Yuan didn't hide, he spoke directly. As an unparalleled great saint, His Majesty Xianxia had opened 33,333 Xianxia secret realms as his legacy grounds. No wonder. The Eye of Myriad Laws suddenly understood. That young Xianxia is a pity. If he weren't trapped by his heart demon, there would have been a slim hope for him to become the 13th order. The Eye of Myriad Laws muttered to itself, clearly recalling something. Heart demon? Lin Yuan listened from the side. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Even the spirit of the secret realm didn't know. From the 12th order to impact the 13th, the most taboo thing is the obsession with heart demons. Because the time loop you fall into will change according to your weaknesses, your mental state must be absolutely perfect to have a chance to endure. If there is an obsession with a heart demon, the time loop will revolve according to the obsession with the heart demon, making escape almost impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws explained. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. However, he was puzzled. Even such an unparalleled great saint as His Majesty Shen Huang had something he couldn't see through? Otherwise, how could an obsession with the heart demon form? All right. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, You came to me, wanting me to teleport you to the vicinity of that postnatal universe? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, quite favorably asking for assistance. The Eye of Myriad Laws showed a hint of amusement in its eyes, but I have agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Everything is ready, subscription requested. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan. The 10,000 paths pavilion spread across each void domain, with every pavilion acting as an anchor point. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws desired, it could completely teleport Lin Yuan from the 10,000 paths pavilion on the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the one in the Ripple Cloud Void domain. The Shenhuang universe was right next to the Ripple Cloud Void domain. Once Lin Yuan reached this void domain, he would be very close to the Shenhuang universe. Thank you. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws did not refuse, all was well. What do I need to offer? Lin Yuan asked. He knew very well that the Eye of Myriad Laws would not help for free. Being an ancient entity that has traversed countless cosmic eras, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed in fair trade. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion adhered to this principle as its conduct guideline. Sia the Novel Fire. NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One must pay before obtaining. Off. Let me think. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. If it were another Chaos Great Saint, it would certainly demand a hefty price. Currently, the only quick way to reach the Shenhuang universe is through the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws demanded a fortune, Lin Yuan would have to acquiesce. But Lin Yuan was not like other Chaos Great Saints. In the eyes of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan holds more potential to step into the 13th stage than those peerless Great Saints. Even though the hope here remains minute. Therefore, the trade with Lin Yuan needs careful handling. If priced high, it might breed resentment in Lin Yuan's heart, becoming counterproductive. If priced low, it would not align with its principle of fair trade. Previously, when the Eye of Myriad Laws helped Lin Yuan spread numerous martial Tao paths, it wasn't just a simple offering. It required a promise from Lin Yuan. A promise in exchange for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's best efforts to spread various martial Tao paths? And this promise bore no causal bindings. It seemed like the 10,000 Paths Pavilion suffered a loss. Even a peerless Great Saint's promise wouldn't be worth the Eye of Myriad Laws doing this. But in essence, the promise sought by the Eye of Myriad Laws was a future promise from Lin Yuan after stepping into the 13th stage. A promise from a 13th stage time being? Simply put, if Lin Yuan truly becomes a 13th stage time being, the initial investment of the Eye of Myriad Laws would reap returns 10 or 100,000 times over. Thus, helping spread martial Tao paths was not a loss for the Eye of Myriad Laws, but somewhat of a gain. After all, throughout numerous cosmic eras, it was the first time the Eye of Myriad Laws encountered a being as terrifyingly potential as Lin Yuan. Just 50,000 Chaos Stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a while and spoke. 50,000 Chaos Stones? Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. If it were just straightforward traveling from the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the Shenhuang universe, 50,000 Chaos Stones would be an astronomical price. Though it would take Lin Yuan centuries to traverse the distance, ordinary Chaos Venerables might take tens of thousands or 100,000 years to arrive. Is tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel akin to 50,000 Chaos Stones? No Chaos Venerable would be willing to make such a trade. 50,000 Chaos Stones is quite a sum for a Venerable, while tens of thousands or 100,000 years in their eyes mean little. Moreover, during tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel, Chaos Venerables can undertake other activities, and nothing is hindered. But as the Xianxia universe is emerging, more and more venerable saints are rushing there, at this time charging 50,000 chaos stones. Lin Yuan finds the Eye of Myriad Laws rather wise. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Previously, in the inheritance space left by Tualong Great Saint, there were numerous treasures, allowing Lin Yuan to accumulate quite some chaos stones. Let me go back and prepare. After speaking, Lin Yuan's avatar dissipated directly. Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, pondering the forthcoming journey to the Xianxia universe. The Xianxia universe was established by Xianxia. According to current intelligence, it is gathering numerous Chaos Venerables, including Chaos Great Saints. If Lin Yuan were to engage in the contention within the Xianxia universe, even if possessing advantages like Xianxia Inheritor and Beast Skin Map, his strength cannot be too weak. At least he shouldn't just dispatch an avatar. An avatar severely limits his strength exertion, with Lin Yuan's avatar reaching a combat power up to the threshold of Chaos Venerables. The true form should go, leaving a primordial spirit behind. Lin Yuan thought silently. Undoubtedly, his true form combat power is the strongest. And leaving a primordial spirit in the fragment world can also ensure the safety of the human civilization homeland as much as possible. Moreover, with a primordial spirit left, even if Lin Yuan's true form encounters incidents in the Xianxia universe, he can recover very swiftly. As for reviving through preservation means, it consumes too much time. Lin Yuan's true form and primordial spirit share a trinity relationship. As long as one exists, the other two can rapidly coalesce even if utterly obliterated. Reviving via preservation means can't achieve rapid coalescence. Regarding weaponry, carrying 3 pieces of Chaos Realm tier secret treasures will suffice. Lin Yuan contemplated inwardly. His myriad techniques chiefly revolve around his physical form and inner universe. To crush foes with an absolute foundational advantage. Having prepared everything, Lin Yuan summoned Xianyuan Supreme and other Supremes. Galaxy, what's the matter? Xianyuan Supreme, Xiaqin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I need to send my true form out for an errand. During this period, you should pay close attention. Lin Yuan spoke. Though he would leave a primordial spirit, the combat power of a primordial spirit is naturally far inferior to the true form. In case of offense against enemies at the Great Saint tier, a mere primordial spirit might fail to hold back. Of course. How exalted are great saints? Even if human civilization wanted to offend, it wouldn't have such a privilege, hardly even coming into contact with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Everything is ready, subscription requested. _2 It's never wrong to consider things from the worst possible outcome. After all, Lin Yuan's departure in his true form really will put human civilization in a relatively vulnerable state. All right. The Xianyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme did not know why Lin Yuan left in his true form, but they did not ask further. Having chosen the Chaos Realm's secret treasure to bring along, Lin Yuan's true form quietly disappeared from the fragment world of star tiers. Outside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. It is his first time, in his true form, coming so close to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Previously, all his contact with the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was through casually created avatars. Buzz. Lin Yuan stepped into the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. In an instant, he appeared in the deepest space. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to have never left, always waiting there. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan, showing a hint of surprise. No wonder you dare to contest in the Xianxia universe. The Eye of Myriad Laws remarked in slight astonishment. Even with a casual look, it could vaguely sense how profound Lin Yuan's foundation was, surpassing even the usual Chaos Great Saints. And this is just the Sovereign Realm. If the Sovereign Realm is already like this, what will become when you step into the Chaos Realm, reaching its perfection? Wouldn't you be an invincible great saint? Pondered the Eye of Myriad Laws. Originally, the Eye of Myriad Laws investing in Lin Yuan was risky, for example if Lin Yuan did not reach the 13th stage in the future. Not even an exceptional great saint is worth the investment from the Eye of Myriad Laws. But if he were an invincible great saint? Such a great saint could sweep over other exceptional great saints of the same era. Even the mighty Shenhuang of old wasn't considered an invincible great saint. Usually, only one invincible great saint might emerge during a chaos void era. Often, there are no invincible great saints at all, as the power of exceptional great saints mostly reaches a limit, none able to sweep the others. To nurture an invincible great saint? It's exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed that Lin Yuan's future would be either as a 13th stage temporal being or as an invincible great saint. A promise from an invincible great saint is not a loss to the Eye of Myriad Laws. Seems my foresight wasn't bad, thought the Eye of Myriad Laws, feeling pleased. When will the transmission occur? Lin Yuan asked. No hurry, we can begin now, the Eye of Myriad Laws replied with a smile. By the way, the Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to remember something, reminding, this appearance of the Xianxia universe has attracted many great saints. Several have approached me, wanting me to send them near the Xianxia universe. The ability and techniques of the Eye of Myriad Laws aren't considered a secret among great saints, as many chaos great saints, being too far away to reach the Xianxia universe, would seek help from the Eye of Myriad Laws. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. When he headed there in his true form, he was prepared for the worst and had anticipated these scenarios. Do not resist now. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan, the surrounding fluctuations of space-time subtly growing intense. Qinglan Void Domain. Within one chaos continent's 10,000 paths pavilion, a figure coalesced, striding in. The figure was tall, exuding an aura of wild archaic essence, appearing instantly within the deepest space of the 10,000 paths pavilion. Greetings, wild barbarian great saint. The pavilion master of this 10,000 paths pavilion had been waiting for a while, bowing slightly to the tall figure out of respect. I seek the Eye of Myriad Laws. The wild barbarian great saint stated. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 paths pavilion immediately began to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. Before long, space-time slowly began to rotate, a giant eyeball formed, looking down at the wild barbarian great saint. Wild barbarian, what do you want with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke calmly, without a hint of fluctuation. I want to go to this space-time coordinate location. The wild barbarian great saint dove straight to the point. You also wish to go to that Xianxia universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the wild barbarian great saint. Indeed, I once read in the records of a broken ruin about this unparalleled great saint, and the postnatal universe he developed is quite valuable, said the wild barbarian great saint. Originally, he wanted to keep this matter hidden without disclosing the information about that postnatal universe, but the Eye of Myriad Laws directly revealed the name of the postnatal universe. So the wild barbarian great saint did not continue to conceal it. No problem. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. However, you know I always prefer fair trade. Okay, tell me. The wild barbarian great saint nodded. 10 billion chaos stones, or 10 great saint-level weapon treasures. The Eye of Myriad Laws named the price. 10 billion chaos stones? The wild barbarian great saint's eye twitched. Even though he had prepared himself to be fleeced by the Eye of Myriad Laws before he came, he still felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the offer. 10 billion chaos stones? Even for a chaos great saint, 10 billion chaos stones is a massive amount, and as for 10 pieces of great saint-level weapon treasures, even more so. The distance between Qinglan Void Domain and that Xianxia universe is only a few decades worth of traveling effort for the wild barbarian great saint. If it weren't for the fear of running out of time, he would have gone there himself. But now, just for one teleportation, he has to pay 10 billion chaos stones? If you're unwilling, then forget it. The Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said, Willing, I'm definitely willing. The wild barbarian great saint took a deep breath and looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. But can it be a bit cheaper? I don't have that many chaos stones on me right now. Then how much do you have? The Eye of Myriad Laws directly asked. 3 billion chaos stones, 2 great saint weapons. The wild barbarian great saint said, those 2 great saint weapons cannot be given to you, otherwise my combat power will decrease, and even if I reach the Xianxia universe, I won't be able to obtain anything valuable. 3 billion chaos stones, it's too little. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. He was unwilling to fleece Lin Yuan, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fleece these chaos great saints. Eventually, the wild barbarian great saint and the Eye of Myriad Laws reached an agreement, exchanging 3 billion chaos stones and 30% of his gains from the Xianxia universe for the opportunity to be teleported near the Xianxia universe. You do nothing and get 30% of the gains? The wild barbarian great saint felt rather helpless. You can also choose to pay 10 billion chaos stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. See Tichnell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then forget it. The wild barbarian great saint shook his head. Although he was certain of the great value of the Xianxia universe, he couldn't ensure that his 30% gains from it would exceed 7 billion chaos stones. The primary goal of the wild barbarian great saint was also His Majesty Xuanwang's exploration and understanding of the 13th stage. In a mysterious place within the chaos void, a chaos great saint with 2 horns on his head appeared before an ancient, modeled altar. Great altar spirit, I wish to travel to this spatial coordinate in the shortest time possible. The 2-horned great saint spoke. Buzz, the ancient, mottled altar slightly trembled, and a voice rang in the 2-horned great saint's ear. I want 60% of your gains from this journey. 60% of the gains? The 2-horned great saint fell silent, handing over 60% of the spoils he risked battling with other great saints to the altar. The 2-horned great saint understood the altar's capabilities and methods. Once 60% of the gains were set, it would not change. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't. Then tell me, to which unparalleled great saint does this postnatal universe belong? The 2-horned great saint was unwilling to make a wasted trip only to end up working for the altar, so he wanted to first understand the origins of that postnatal universe. If it only belonged to an ordinary unparalleled great saint, then there was no need to pay such a price to go there. In battling other great saints, he too would incur losses, and he didn't want his 40% share of the gains to not even cover those losses. That universe is called the Xianxia universe, left behind by the Xianxia great saint. The Xianxia great saint was one of the unparalleled great saints closest to becoming an invincible great saint in that era. A voice from the ancient, mottled altar resounded in the 2-horned great saint's ears. An unparalleled great saint closest to an invincible great saint? The 2-horned great saint's expression changed slightly, as invincible great saints only existed in legend. To become an invincible great saint, one must first sweep through all unparalleled great saints of one's time, and be universally acknowledged by all unparalleled great saints of that time. But achieving this requires terrifying strength. It's not just about defeating a certain unparalleled great saint to gain that recognition. Then 60% of the gains it is. The 2-horned great saint agreed. An unparalleled great saint approaching the level of an invincible great saint, traveling to the postnatal universe he developed was worth paying such a price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 Great Saints, please subscribe. Ripple Cloud Void Domain. Wanchuan Chaos Continent, 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The neighboring void domains have been quite unsettled lately, several deputy pavilion masters whispered among themselves. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion spread across various void domains, but only the pavilion master could be directly appointed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. As for the deputy pavilion masters, most of the daily affairs of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion were managed by them. while the Pavilion Master dealt with uncertain paths of evolution and communication with the eye of myriad laws. Indeed, many venerables have been passing through nearby, one of the Deputy Pavilion Masters remarked with a sigh. The Wanchuan Chaos Continent was opened by the Wanchuan Venerable, but usually, aside from the Wanchuan Venerable, it was rare to see another Chaos Venerable in millions or tens of millions of years. However, recently, Chaos Venerables have been arriving from other surrounding void domains. It's said that the postnatal universe was opened by an extraordinary being, which is why so many Venerables are attracted to it. The Deputy Pavilion Masters chatted, armed with extensive intelligence thanks to the backing of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If not for the gathering of so many Venerables, I would have liked to take a look myself. Another Venerable spoke, tone slightly curious. As Deputy Masters of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, they were merely beings of the Mastery Realm and dared not approach the vicinity of the Shenhuang universe. The area was swarming with Venerables, and beings of the Mastery Realm were too fragile in comparison. It's not just the Venerables heading there. At this moment, the Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion spoke. He had been listening to the Deputy Pavilion Master's discussions and finally spoke. Not just the Venerables? Pavilion Master, what do you mean by that? The hearts of the Deputy Pavilion Masters trembled. In contrast to the Deputy Pavilion Masters, the Pavilion Master directly received orders from the Eye of Myriad Laws, with access to more intelligence. Several great saints have already headed there, the Pavilion Master revealed. Great saints have gone over? The Deputy Pavilion Masters swallowed hard. Typically, a void domain might host a few venerables, but a great saint? Even hundreds or thousands of void domains might not produce a single great saint. Why don't you believe? The Pavilion Master glanced at the Deputy Pavilion Masters, about to speak further. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He then immediately got up and disappeared from sight. What happened to the Pavilion Master? The Deputy Pavilion Masters looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Deep spaces within the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Space-time rotated slowly, and a stable space-time passage formed. A young man emerged from it. Immediately, a huge eye took shape, gazing down at the young man. Galaxy, you have arrived. The Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion stood respectfully at the side, cautiously observing the young man who had stepped out of the space-time passage. The fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws personally greeted him meant he was at least at the level of a great saint. In other words, was this young man before him a Chaos Great Saint? And judging by the Eye of Myriad Laws' attitude, it seemed this young man was no ordinary Chaos Great Saint. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As he stepped out of the space-time passage, he felt the distance between himself and his primordial spirit left in the star-tier fragment world expanding significantly. Then I won't see you off. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan and then quickly dissipated. Master! The Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "This way is the exit." For an esteemed guest personally welcomed by the Eye of Myriad Laws, the Pavilion Master dared not show any negligence. The Eye of Myriad Laws not seeing Lin Yuan out didn't mean he could disregard him. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In reality, with his mastery of space-time, he could forcibly break free of this space, but there was no need for that. Since the Eye of Myriad Laws had just brought him over, it was polite to be a bit more courteous. Very soon, Lin Yuan reached the exit of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. This should be the Wanchuan Chaos Continent? Lin Yuan asked casually. Yes. The Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion nodded immediately. Once Lin Yuan's figure disappeared beyond the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the Pavilion Master finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Which great saint is this? Galaxy? I've never heard of him. The Pavilion Master's thoughts expanded. But he didn't overthink it. The Chaos Void is vast and boundless. Within certain void domains, Chaos Great Saints are exceptionally rare, but overall, there are still some Chaos Great Saints. The Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion wasn't even a venerable. It was perfectly normal for him not to recognize this great saint. Pavilion Master. When the pavilion master returned, the deputy pavilion masters looked over full of curiosity. The sudden disappearance and now reappearance with a lingering change in expression left the deputy pavilion masters quite intrigued. Where did I leave off? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters. You just mentioned that some great saints have also headed this way, one of the deputy pavilion masters promptly replied. Indeed. The pavilion master nodded and didn't continue the conversation. He had just personally greeted a great saint, but this matter was a secret of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't advised him, he wouldn't dare let it slip outside. Ripple Cloud Void Domain? Lin Yuan took a step forward, leaving the Wanchuan Chaos Continent and arriving in the Chaos Void. The Xianxia universe is in that direction. Even without specific space-time coordinates, upon reaching the Ripple Cloud Void Domain, Lin Yuan was able to sense the change in the beast skin map, the light it emitted becoming increasingly intense. If Lin Yuan hadn't suppressed it in time, it would likely have directly resonated with the Xianxia universe. At least more than 30 Chaos Venerables are gathered there, Lin Yuan observed from afar. With his space-time insight, the aura of the Chaos Venerables couldn't be concealed from him. There are also Chaos Great Saints? Is it the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan continued to perceive, his expression becoming peculiar. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable mentioned the Xianxia universe to him but did not mention these two great saints. This is not surprising, as ordinary Chaos Venerables can at most sense the aura of a postnatal universe. Recognizing the presence of Chaos Great Saints or identifying them is not something they might achieve. I didn't expect to have such fate with these two great saints. Lin Yuan's gaze was astonished. His hometown universe was destroyed due to the battle between these two great saints, and now with the emergence of the Xianxia universe, he encounters these two great saints again? However, at that time, compared to the two great saints, Lin Yuan was akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. The aftermath of their battle left him struggling. And now? Lin Yuan dared not say how much he surpassed them, but at least he was not weaker than these two great saints. Perhaps the Xianxia universe is emerging also because of these two great saints? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, besides Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix, 2 more great saints have arrived. His space-time insight had reached the 8th realm, a domain belonging to the great saint tier, thus he could detect the aura of great saints. A moment later, Lin Yuan entered the desolate void and saw the edge of the Xianxia universe. Through this fragment of the universe, Lin Yuan could vaguely perceive the vastness and inscrutability of the entire Xianxia universe. No wonder everyone is waiting outside. It turns out they're waiting for the outer space-time of the Xianxia universe to collapse on its own. Lin Yuan thought deeply. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Xianxia universe had endured too many ages. Although far surpassing the natural universes nurtured by the Chaos Void in size and scale, it did not possess the indelible or rebirth characteristics. Without its master's restoration and with the erosion of time, the space-time of the Xianxia universe was slowly collapsing. This time, the active emergence of the Xianxia universe on the surface was due to the influence of the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints, but in reality, it was inevitable. Once the space-time collapses to a certain extent, it will reveal itself even without external forces. Of course, the death of a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Xianxia universe was gradually collapsing, it could not be broken and entered by a few great saints joining forces. The Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint had tried to force entry together and not only failed but also caused spatial fluctuations to spread, attracting numerous venerables and great saints. In at most 2 years, the outer space-time will completely collapse, and by then one can enter. Lin Yuan observed and concluded. Trying to force entry before the collapse? It's as difficult as ascending to heaven and might even trigger the Xianxia universe's origin source backlash. This is also why the Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately stopped after striking once together. I shall wait as well. Lin Yuan casually hid in a certain layer of space-time, dividing his mind to sense the Xianhuang universe's space-time collapse while focusing the rest of his energy on cultivation and comprehending the Tao. During the wait, no strong individuals would make a move either. Those who had achieved the Chaos Realm were cautious. They wouldn't strike without benefit, especially when the door to the Xianhuang universe hadn't opened yet, thus refraining from fighting each other. Lin Yuan was no different. His time was precious. Every additional moment spent in cultivation improved his power and attack strategies. Damn. The Shadow Demon Great Saint blended into the space-time, coldly watching the continuously arriving Chaos Venerables and the 2 other Chaos Great Saints besides him and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. I discovered this postnatal universe first. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was extremely unwilling. If he had known attacking the exposed fragment of the universe would lead to such a great reaction, he wouldn't have done so. But now it was too late to regret. The matter of the Xianhuang universe's emergence was completely leaked out. It's utterly uncontrollable. The Shadow Demon Great Saint wasn't worried about the Chaos Venerables rushing to pick up cheap gains. He was concerned about the Chaos Great Saints of the same level. As time passed, more Chaos Great Saints would come. Shadow Demon. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint focused most of his attention on the Shadow Demon Great Saint. This time, if able to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's primary target would be the exploration insights left by the 13th tier founder of this postnatal universe. Secondly, to make the Shadow Demon Great Saint pay a sufficiently tragic price. As time slowly passed, 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, 5 more Chaos Great Saints arrived successively. In reality, it's rare for even one Chaos Great Saint to appear among thousands of void domains. This time, within just a few years of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, 9 Chaos Great Saints gathered, most of whom used special means to come, paying a substantial price. Rumble. 2 years passed. An edge of the Xianhuang universe had already collapsed to a certain extent. Lin Yuan also temporarily ceased his cultivation, observing from afar. As the outer edge of the Xianhuang universe completely collapsed, the aura inside began to flow out, and Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. For the beast skin map he held once again underwent a change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Winning Over, Request for Subscription. The map, is it extending? Within the internal universe, Lin Yuan descended in his avatar, observing the changes in the beast skin map before him. As the inner aura of the Xianhuang universe gradually dissipated, the map on the surface of the beast skin was visibly extending rapidly. The map originally occupied only 1/5 of the beast skin. Now it was expanding 1/4, 1/3, eventually half of the beast skin's surface was covered by the map. In addition to the mausoleum, many other areas have appeared, Lin Yuan carefully observed, and many regions had descriptions introduced. For example, a place called Futu Tower, a location for body refining, where any being approaching the area would be shrouded by the Futu power. Even those as powerful as a great saint would be trapped momentarily. There is also a place called the 9 Realms Pavilion, which connects to 9 small worlds separately opened by the Xianhuang, imprisoning some wonderlife forms nurtured by the Chaos Void. For the Zunwang's daily research. With this map in hand, once I enter the Xianhuang universe, I will definitely gain many advantages. Lin Yuan smiled, while other powerhouses, even those Chaos Great Saints, would be clueless once inside, not knowing where to head. To be precise, they are unaware of the value of those regions' positions. Rushing in recklessly, it is very likely to mistakenly enter places like 9 Realms Pavilion or Futu Tower. The 9 Realms Pavilion connects to 9 small worlds. If a Chaos Great Saint mistakenly enters, it may take a lot of effort to get out. Futu Tower is even more so, as the Futu power is no weaker than the chaotic evolution forces, specifically used by the profound Xianhuang for body refining. The Great Saint would surely find it unbearable once trapped. And as the Xianhuang universe initially opens, every moment is extremely precious. Being trapped for a while? By the time they come out, many precious resources may have already been taken. Step by step, they fall behind. Later great saints can only watch helplessly. Once I enter, follow this route. Lin Yuan, according to the map, devised his route upon entering the Xianxia universe. The places these routes pass through contain many treasures, oddities, and weapons, maximized by Lin Yuan for profit. To prevent himself from randomly appearing at some position in the universe, Lin Yuan directly formulated more than 10 routes, covering almost every contingency. Ultimately, I must head to the mausoleum, where it's likely the Xianhuang has stored the most precious treasures. Lin Yuan looked at the center region of the map, which was also the initially exposed mausoleum. Yet, during this opening of the Xianhuang universe, not a single master of the Xianhuang's secret realm has come? Lin Yuan glanced outside, thinking to himself. Every being that masters and refines the Xianhuang's secret realm generates a slight mutual response among themselves. Refining the Xianhuang's secret realm is tantamount to being a disciple of the Xianhuang, belonging to the profound Xianhuang line, naturally allowing them to identify each other. Indeed, with so many cosmic eras having passed, even if there were still masters of the secret realm, they may not be aware of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, and even if they knew, they might not make it here on time. Lin Yuan thought internally. He was aware this universe was the Xianhuang universe due to the beast skin with the engraved map, which resonated with each other. Without this beast skin, Lin Yuan could not determine that the newly emerged postnatal universe was the Xianhuang universe. If the distance was too far, and the cost too great to come over, it would likely not be worth meddling in this situation. Moreover, becoming the master of the Xianhuang's secret realm isn't an easy task. Lin Yuan achieved it due to his extraordinary comprehension. But for other beings within different universes? It's exceedingly difficult. With 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms, how many have been mastered is another question altogether. In the outside world, as time and space collapsed on the outer edge of a corner of the Xianhuang universe, revealing a hint of its inner aura, the many powerhouses who had been waiting for a long time felt a thrill. Lin Yuan's true body was also watching intently. It should be a few more days. Lin Yuan thought internally. This corner space-time collapse had stirred a temporal storm within the universe. To wait until it is enterable, many more days are likely required. Most of Lin Yuan's attention was focused on a corner of the Xianhuang universe when he suddenly noticed a presence approaching swiftly. Divine Wind Venerable? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of the other, a well-known Peak Chaos Venerable. Besides the Divine Wind Venerable, there were two other Peak Chaos Venerables following behind. Your Excellency, don't be alarmed, we mean no harm. Divine Wind Venerable immediately transmitted his voice, stopping not far away without approaching further. What do you seek? Lin Yuan asked, looking at them. Your Excellency must have noticed the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe? Its creator was undoubtedly an extraordinary great saint. Divine Wind Venerable said, however, the majority of treasures and rarities within this postnatal universe are destined to fall into the hands of the 9 great saints. Divine Wind Venerable glanced at the 9 figures closest to the secret realm. Sir, the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Initially, the auras of the Chaos Great Saints were somewhat restrained, but now, as they were about to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Chaos Great Saints no longer hid, instead freely releasing their terrifying auras. We Chaos Venerables can only follow behind the Great Saints and scrape for what little we can. Even so, we must still guard against other Venerables. Divine Wind Venerable sighed. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, remained silent. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, competition was necessary, and among the Chaos Venerables, competition was equally required. In fact, the level of competition among Venerables far exceeds that of the Great Saints. After all, there are only 9 Great Saints who will surely claim the majority of resources and treasures within the Xianhuang universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144. Winning Over, request for subscription, _2 but Chaos Venerables? Currently, there are already over 100. With 100 Chaos Venerables fighting over the soup discarded by the great saints, one can only imagine how fierce the struggle will be. What do you want to say? Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable. I want to invite you to join us. Divine Wind Venerable said, we Chaos Venerables need to join forces to have an advantage in our struggle against other Venerables. Rest assured, we already have 12 Chaos Venerables, including 4 Peak Venerables. If you join us, you will surely gain something from this venture. Divine Wind Venerable continued, of course, after you join, all gains from exploring this postnatal universe will be managed by me and distributed after the exploration is complete. Trust me, only in this way can we maximize our gains, which is beneficial for you and has no disadvantages. Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable, shook his head and said, hand over all the gains to you for distribution? Although it was impossible for him to choose to join, Lin Yuan was still a bit helpless. Were they treating him as a free hired hand? Who knows how Divine Wind Venerable would distribute? I'm not interested. Lin Yuan said directly. Not interested? Divine Wind Venerable was slightly taken aback. Before coming, he had already met with other Venerables, and they all agreed with his view. With over 100 Chaos Venerables gathered, if some Venerables could unite, they would indeed have a great advantage. Even among Chaos Venerables, the gap is not that large, far less than the chasm between Great Saints and Venerables. At this time, numerical superiority was very important. Consider it again. Divine Wind Venerable continued. I said not interested. Lin Yuan frowned. All right, the choice is yours. Divine Wind Venerable was silent for a while and did not continue to persuade him, but let me remind you, going solo will put you at a disadvantage. After speaking, Divine Wind Venerable turned and left. Divine Wind, you were actually rejected? A Peak Venerable next to Divine Wind Venerable sneered. Which void domain is this Venerable from? Haven't they even heard of your reputation, Divine Wind? Regardless of his background with a great enemy before us, he doesn't think of joining forces but instead plans to go solo? How short-sighted. Divine Wind Venerable shook his head and in an icy tone said, once this postnatal universe is fully opened and many Venerables rush in, he will know what a mistake it was to reject me. Indeed, does he really think of himself as a great saint? Another Peak Venerable also spoke, feeling that Lin Yuan would regret it sooner or later. Being personally invited by Peak Venerables, what an honor. Lin Yuan refused without even considering it? If it weren't for the imminent opening of the Xianxia universe and the presence of too many nearby Venerables, the 2 Peak Venerables would have planned to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. Let's go, invite the next one. Divine Wind Venerable continued to fly forward. With every Venerable they invited to join, their strength would increase, giving them a greater advantage in the upcoming struggle. In the depths of many layers of space-time, the dual origin Great Saint, with dual horns, gazed into one corner of the universe. The Altar Spirit said this postnatal universe was created by the Xianxia Great Saint, and the Xianxia Great Saint is the Great Saint closest to becoming invincible Great Saint? The dual origin Great Saint thought to himself, and it was precisely because of this information that he was willing to endure the cost of being fleeced by the Altar Spirit to force his way here. To earn such an evaluation from the Altar Spirit, the strength of the Xianxia Great Saint must be terrifying, likely surpassing all other unparalleled Great Saints of that era. The postnatal universe he left behind is worth my full effort to compete for. The dual origin Great Saint's eyes shimmered with anticipation. The existence of the Altar Spirit is similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, both related to 13th Order time life. The dual origin Great Saint also happened to enter the space of the Altar Spirit by chance. Without sufficient luck, even a peerless Great Saint could not contact the Altar Spirit. The ones to watch out for this time are Wild Barbarian, Tianlu, and Blacklight, but as for the other 5, the dual origin Great Saint cast a glance at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and 5 other Great Saints. There was no excessive attention given. Among the 9 Great Saints present, there were clearly 3 tiers. The first tier was the Dual Origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and Black Light Great Saint. These three Great Saints were the strongest, especially the Dual Origin Great Saint, whose path had a great chance of becoming a peerless Great Saint. For a Chaos Great Saint to become a peerless Great Saint mainly depended on the path they chose. If the path was unsuitable, a Chaos Great Saint was destined never to become a peerless Great Saint. In essence, regarding the 13th step, the gap between a Chaos Great Saint and a peerless Great Saint was not that large, mainly because the exploration and understanding of the 13th step by a peerless Great Saint were undoubtedly superior to those of a Chaos Great Saint. The second tier was Tianlu Great Saint and two other Chaos Great Saints. And the third tier was Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and 3 other newly minted Chaos Great Saints. What brings the Dual Origin guy here? The towering Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at the Dual Origin Great Saint, feeling a slight headache. Thousands of years ago, he had heard that the Dual Origin Great Saint was exploring a site far away from here, so distant that even a Chaos Great Saint would take millions of years to get here. I arrived through the Eye of Myriad Laws within a short time, so how did Dual Origin manage it? Was it also the Eye of Myriad Laws? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint pondered to himself, having crossed paths with the Dual Origin Great Saint multiple times. The other's strength was indeed terrifying, and even he could only manage to maintain a standoff. He even felt that the Dual Origin Great Saint had not used all his trump cards then. No matter, whoever dares to block me this time, I'll just crush them. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's aura surged, tearing apart the surrounding spacetime. To arrive here, he paid 3 billion Chaos Stones to the Eye of Myriad Laws. If he couldn't recoup this cost, he would suffer a heavy loss. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint couldn't accept such an outcome. As a Chaos Great Saint, and one who was good at offense among the Chaos Great Saints, when had he ever suffered such a loss? In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Blacklight. Tianlu Great Saint silently observed his surroundings, clearly aware of his tier level. But in the fight for treasures, it's not just about strength, Tianlu Great Saint thought to himself. Each Chaos Great Saint, according to their evolved Chaos Power Path, has different specialties. Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Black Light were notably adept at offense. But Tianlu Great Saint excelled at survival. As long as I seize the opportunity and get the treasures, even Dual Origin and the others won't be able to deal with me. Tianlu Great Saint had no intention of going head-to-head with the 3 Great Saints. That would clearly be a case of using his weakness against others' strength. However, this postnatal universe actually managed to attract Dual Origin over. Tianlu Great Saint's thoughts spread as he roughly gauged the position of Dual Origin Great Saint, incredibly far from here. Currently exploring an ancient site. Yet even so, the Dual Origin Great Saint still rushed over. Clearly, the Dual Origin Great Saint paid a huge price. Abandoning the site he was exploring and paying a high price to arrive here could only mean one thing. That is, the creator of this postnatal universe was extraordinary, or there was something inside that the Dual Origin Great Saint desperately needed. 9 Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan was also observing the 9 Chaos Great Saints. CTH Novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Dual Origin Great Saint? Lin Yuan looked distantly at the horn-headed Great Saint. The chaotic path evolved by the Dual Origin Great Saint was the fusion of 2 forces, although not as perfect as Lin Yuan's fusion of Taiyin Tain, and able to form a new power like Taiji, but it was not to be underestimated. It's known that an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, even if wanting to evolve 2 chaotic paths, can't achieve full fusion, demanding a lot from the Great Saint themselves. However, once the fusion succeeds, the increase in combat power would be unprecedented. Lin Yuan's evolution into Taiyin Taiyang Taiji, finally forming the chaotic Taiji Dao, could presumably reach the level of a peerless Great Saint directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145. The Explosive Lin Yuan, Seeking Subscription, Chaos Qi drifted. The 9 Chaos Great Saints patiently waited for the time-space storm to settle within the Xianxia universe. With the Chaos Great Saints unmoving, the surrounding Chaos Venerables naturally dared not approach. More than 100 Chaos Venerables gathered here, and even if they combined forces, they could not perfectly merge their powers to threaten any single Chaos Great Saint. In the Source World, using the war machines containing Chaos secret patterns, the Great Lord might pose a threat to the Heavenly Venerate. But in the Chaos Void? There is no such statement. Rumble. At a certain moment, the corner of the Xianxia universe that was revealed fell into complete tranquility, with the outer time-space disappearing, revealing an entrance to the universe's interior. We can go in now. Black Light Great Saint's eyes were filled with endless darkness as he stepped forward, causing darkness to spread and cover. The area shrouded in darkness became utterly silent. Even the Chaos Qi ceased to exist. Sir the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The path of chaos power evolved by Black Light Great Saint is called Chaos Darkness. The Chaos Darkness here is incredibly pure, akin to an enhanced version of the Chaos Shadow mastered by the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Black Light domain is an extension of Black Light Great Saint's own power. Ordinary venerables shrouded by this domain find it difficult to break free and are basically suppressed. Rest assured, Black Light Great Saint won't specifically suppress you. His adversaries are the other 8 Great Saints. The surrounding Chaos Venerables shuddered inwardly. Some Venerables, with cunning thoughts, had intended to sneak in at the moment the time-space storm subsided. But under the shroud of Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain, that possibility was virtually severed. In the distance, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, who was about to be the first to rush into the Xianxia universe, was similarly enveloped by the Black Light domain, suddenly sensing that the surrounding time-space was like amber, firmly suppressing him. The Black Light domain can hardly completely bind a Chaos Great Saint, but suppressing and restraining is simple, at least for now. The Shadow Demon Great Saint noticed a significant drop in his speed, unable to use time-space traversal means to enter the Xianxia universe and could only fly in slowly. I'll go in first then. A smile appeared on Black Light Great Saint's face. Under the shroud of the Black Light domain, other Great Saints couldn't traverse time-space, but he could. So he could completely be the first to enter the Xianxia universe. Don't underestimate being the first to enter the Xianxia universe. In the universe developed and left behind by such a peerless Great Saint, entering even half a minute earlier gives a significant lead. Let alone being the first to enter? Buzz. Suddenly, 2 streams of blue-gray aura rapidly spread, intersecting and colliding with the Black Light domain, and time-space began to shatter heavily. What is this? Black Light Great Saint's expression changed. Under the shock of the blue-gray aura, he too was unable to perform time-space traversal. The prerequisite for time-space traversal is relative stability of time-space, but now the time-space is utterly chaotic. Forcing traversal at this time means indiscriminate traversal, and there's a significant chance of being driven away from the Xianxia universe. Realizing this, Black Light Great Saint immediately ceased his intention to traverse time-space. Forced traversal right now might get him into the Xianxia universe first, but it might also send him elsewhere. Even if not far from here, by the time he rushes back, it's estimated that the other 8 Great Saints would have already gone in, and even part of the Chaos Venerables might have entered. If not traversing time-space, Black Light Great Saint could at least ensure he would be among the top 3 to enter the Xianxia universe. Black Light, you want to go in first? Did you ask me? The dual origin Great Saint, with his 2-horned head, sneered as his horns, 1 blue and 1 gray, continuously vibrated with the power of time-space, centered around them rapidly spreading. He too was bound by the Black Light domain, unable to perform time-space traversal. But though the dual origin Great Saint couldn't traverse himself, he had ways to prevent Black Light from traversing. Black Light, if you have the ability, try traversing now? Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately laughed aloud. Although he was confident in not being inferior to Black Light Great Saint, the latter's methods were more numerous than his. Without the dual origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint would have likely watched helplessly as Black Light Great Saint became the first to enter the Xianxia universe. Now it's just right. Black Light and Dual Origin mutually restrained each other, causing everyone to be unable to perform time-space traversal, which is naturally most beneficial for him, Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Black Light Great Saint. Within the endless darkness, Lin Yuan was also among them, similarly feeling the pressure. Regarding time-space attainments, he wasn't superior to the Chaos Great Saints present, so he couldn't perform time-space traversal either. To enter the Xianxia universe, he could only fly in. The Chaos Great Saints have all evolved their own power paths from chaos, mastering numerous mystical methods, in which am indeed inferior. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Along the path of growth, Lin Yuan's most adept at comprehending rules, but compared to the Chaos Great Saints, it didn't provide much advantage. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Black Light Great Saint sneered and showed no intention of retracting the Black Light domain. Although the Dual Origin Great Saint disrupted time-space with his own power, preventing himself from performing time-space traversal, with the enhancement of the Black Light domain, he would still fly a bit faster than the other Great Saints even if flying slowly. Swoosh! Black Light Great Saint transformed into a pure darkness and fled towards the Xianxia universe. Black Light, did you forget about me? Wild Barbarian Great Saint laughed aloud, clenched his big hand, and struck toward the direction where Black Light Great Saint was fleeing. Immediately, time-space once again shattered violently, and Black Light Great Saint had no choice but to stop, turning to look at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint striding over. This is bad. Black Light Great Saint frowned. I was too eager, showing the ability to be the first to enter the Xianxia universe, only to become the target of both Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian. At this moment, Black Light Great Saint also realized the key issue. In terms of strength, he wasn't much stronger than Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin, but the Black Light domain was very suitable for such treasure-grabbing situations. In this scenario, the equally matched Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin would instinctively join forces, even without prior discussions, to jointly deal with him. Since that's the case, no one should think about going in. Black Light Great Saint gritted his teeth, fully activating the Black Light domain, even abandoning its enhancement on himself, to suppress the Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin Great Saints. The three Great Saints attacked each other, with terrifying aftershocks spreading out in all directions. I can't squeeze in at all. Tian Lu Great Saint was at the back, trying to bypass the three Great Saints, Black Light, Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian, and enter the Xianxia universe first. But he found that not only couldn't he get in first, he couldn't even get close. The closer he got to the space-time where the three Great Saints were, the greater the constraining pressure he felt. Tian Lu Great Saint even had the feeling that if he forcibly went in, he might face a joint attack from the three Great Saints. The three Great Saints, Black Light, Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian, were counterbalancing each other, but if any other Great Saint dared to fish in troubled waters, they would surely face an attack from the three saints ahead. Forget it. There's no need to be the first one in. Tian Lu Great Saint pondered for a while and finally gave up. With his survival abilities, none of the three, Black Light, Dual Origin, or Wild Barbarian, could do anything to him alone. But if the three of them joined forces, even a single blow might seriously injure him. At the crucial time of entering the Xianxia universe, if he were seriously injured, not only would he lose the qualification to compete with the three Great Saints ahead, but even the newly emerged Great Saints behind might be able to ride on top of him. This is the power of a Great Saint. Among many Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable was quite emotional. In the struggle of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they as Chaos Venerables couldn't intervene at all. Only after the 9 Chaos Great Saints entered could they dare to go in. That's why there were more than 100 Venerables gathered on the field, yet none had the slightest intention of competing with the Great Saints. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. If it weren't for the fact that those 9 Great Saints looked down on them and were balancing each other, just one could probably clear out all the Venerables. Everyone stay close. Divine Wind Venerable sent a voice message to the more than 10 other Venerables around. They certainly didn't dare to enter the Xianxia universe before the great saints or even enter together with them. But after all the great saints entered the Xianxia universe, who follows closely behind becomes very important. The power of the black light domain enveloped them, and even after black light great saint entered the Xianxia universe, it wouldn't dissipate immediately, making it impossible for the venerables to traverse space and time. Therefore, once the great saints entered the Xianxia universe, whoever was nearest to the entrance could enter first. But this staying close must be measured, not too close, or they'll fall behind the other venerables, nor too close, lest they provoke a great saint to strike, ending in disaster. Even a Chaos Realm peak venerable couldn't withstand a casual blow from a great saint. This black light domain. Lin Yuan was also flying towards the entrance of the Xianxia universe, also feeling the suppression of the black light domain. Flying slowly, I will surely be among the last few to enter the Xianxia universe. Lin Yuan frowned. Although he had the map inside the Xianxia universe, it was certainly best to enter first. With the dual origin great saint shaking space-time, even without the black light domain, I can't perform space-time traversal. Lin Yuan looked towards dual origin great saint, who was already very close to the entrance of the Xianxia universe. Chaos evolution power? Truly difficult to deal with. Lin Yuan rarely felt this kind of all-encompassing suppression, his aura subtly brewing, no choice but to go head-on. Boom! Lin Yuan seemed to transform into an eternal fierce sun. The space-time attributes within 10,000, 100,000, a million light-years were all distorted. Under the illumination of the fierce sun's brilliance, everything turned into his domain. The black light domain of black light great saint and the blue-gray power of dual origin great saint quickly retreated under the pervasive glow of the fierce sun. At least in the space-time surrounding Lin Yuan, these two forces were swiftly expelled. Space-time regained stability. Lin Yuan tore with his right hand, ripping the void before him, then stepped inside. In an instant he appeared ahead of black light, dual origin, and wild barbarian great saints. The three great saints, who were balancing each other in battle, showed astonished expressions, looking at Lin Yuan who was about to rip the void again and step into the Xianxia universe. P.S. It's the end of the month, the monthly tickets will expire if not cast begging for monthly tickets. The last 3 lines are free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146. One Palm Strike, Seeking Subscription. The internal cosmos fused with the fierce sun's origin source, combining 2 13th-step methods into one. Lin Yuan once again performed the physical body divine ability. World, there was no longer any sort of restriction. No mention of duration. As long as the origin source was sufficient, it could be maintained indefinitely. To some extent, Lin Yuan's divine ability world was no longer just a mere divine ability. Instead, it fused infinite void, fierce sun creation, and others, forming a brand new method. Hiding a great saint? A great saint not inferior to us? The black light great saint, dual origin great saint, and wild barbarian great saint immediately ceased their conflict, turning their focus on Lin Yuan. Among them, while engaging each other, they were also mindful of their surroundings. Having reached such a level in cultivation, they naturally didn't want to let other bystanders benefit. Rumble. The dual origin great saint acted first, spreading azure gray power, forcibly penetrating the cosmos coverage of Lin Yuan's external cosmos, disrupting spacetime. Lin Yuan had already torn open a space-time passage leading to the interior of the Xianxia universe. 1 foot was already inside, but he then withdrew. The black light great saint was unwilling to risk forcing his way through as it could result in his being the last to enter the Xianxia universe. Lin Yuan didn't want this either. He held a map of the interior of the Xianxia universe, ensuring that merely being among the first to enter would grant rewards far surpassing those of other great saints. You capitalized on our fight to take advantage. Quite a clever scheme indeed. The black light great saint also activated the black light domain, previously coalesced 99% of its power on the dual origin great saint, wild barbarian great saint, allowing Lin Yuan to easily repel it with his external cosmos. Now the Black Light Great Saint collected himself. The Black Light domain returned full force, continuously colliding with Lin Yuan's external cosmos, the edges of the space-time turning to dust. Your powers are indeed formidable. I dare not claim to be your opponent. Lin Yuan turned and smiled to the three great saints. That is why I acted thusly. I hope for your understanding. Not an opponent? The wild barbarian great saint's eyes briefly shimmered with murderous intent. Besides anything else, Lin Yuan effortlessly bypassing the regions occupied by them and reaching the spot closest to the Xianxia universe demonstrated his strength was no less than theirs. Not an opponent? If the dual origin great saint hadn't reacted in time, Lin Yuan might indeed have been the first to slip into the Xianxia universe. Even so, Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the dual origin great saint's azure gray power and the black light great saint's black light domain undeniably showcased his strength. How was he possibly not a match for them? Just who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The dual origin great saint squinted slightly. From Lin Yuan's outburst until now, though brief, they've clashed countless times. But what perplexed the dual origin great saint was the unfamiliarity with Lin Yuan. Within the realm of Chaos Venerables, due to vast distances between their respective void domains, not knowing each other might occur. But a Chaos Great Saint? The emergence of a Chaos Great Saint would swiftly send their name across the Chaos Void. Many Venerables from the various void domains would know. Take the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Although newly ascended Great Saints, the dual origin Great Saint had heard of them long ago. Besides, Lin Yuan's prowess outmatched that of new Great Saints like the Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, not inferior to them in the slightest. Such a formidable Great Saint, their fame and power trajectory should have already spread throughout the Chaos Void. A 10th Great Saint? Another hidden Great Saint? Who is this Great Saint who dared to mingle in the dual origin Great Saint strife yet showed no signs of falling behind? The Chaos Venerables watching from afar felt alarmed. The encounters among the 4 Great Saints, with any random aftermath capable of severely injuring or annihilating a multitude of Venerables. The dual origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, each renowned far and wide. How has this newly appeared Great Saint never been seen before? Could it be a Great Saint from the endlessly ancient times? Among many Chaos Venerables, speculation arose. The fame of a Great Saint transcends space, yet is gradually forgotten over the long epochs. See Teach Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even the most peerless Great Saints, if disappearing for too lengthy a time, 10,000 cosmic eras? 1,000,000 cosmic eras? 10 million cosmic eras? They will similarly be forgotten, the trace of existence gradually eroding. For instance, the former Xianxia, toppling all challengers in their era, other peerless Great Saints avoided their sharpness. Now few know of Xianxia, largely limited to special beings like the Eye of Myriad Laws and Altar Spirit. A Great Saint from endless ages ago? It appears this postnatal universe is quite extraordinary to attract such a formidable being. Those Chaos Venerables watched remotely as the postnatal universe's visible corner emerged, beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints possessing infinite lifespans and finding it difficult to die unless self-destructing. Yet most Chaos Great Saints ultimately choose to pursue the 13th step, as living too long bears little significance to a Great Saint. Only by becoming 13th step can one attain ultimate freedom. The chaos evolution prowess of the dual origin Great Saint can undermine space-time foundations, yet this newly emerged Great Saint manages to withstand such destructive power. So strong. Not just the dual origin Great Saint, the Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain also oppresses the opponent, facing both the Black Light Great Saint and the dual origin Great Saint together, while still sustaining no signs of decline. The Tianlu Great Saint and several others similarly observed covertly. They had long discarded any thoughts of entering the Xianxia universe ahead. Dual origin Great Saint and the others were no easy adversaries, yet Lin Yuan's forceful intervention and displayed power truly startled them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147A Palm Strike Sends Flying, Seeking Subscriptions? _2 How could this newly emerged Great Saint have a slight causal connection with me? Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint wondered in their hearts. As Chaos Great Saints, even without doing anything, their influence spreads across various void domains. This is especially true for newly ascended Chaos Realm Masters like Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint who have reached consummation. Countless beings have causal connections with them. In contrast, those peerless Great Saints who have been in the Chaos Realm for countless ages almost never strike recklessly, making their causal relationships more straightforward. Yet, even though the cause and effect of newly ascended Chaos Great Saints are complex and intricate, forming a connection with a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's caliber still caused Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint to remain unsure and skeptical. Sarch * The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is that person a Great Saint? Or could he be a Great Saint who can rival dual origin Great Saint in others? Compared to the surrounding astonished Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable and a few other Venerables were filled with extreme panic. Other Venerables, when facing a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's power, were at most frightened, but they had previously interacted with Lin Yuan. In fact, when Lin Yuan refused their invitation, Divine Wind Venerable had vaguely threatened him. Divine Wind, what should we do now? The 2 Chaos Venerables following Divine Wind Venerable immediately communicated telepathically. While Chaos Venerables can protect themselves in front of a Great Saint, unless there is no other choice, they would never dare to offend a Chaos Great Saint. Especially not a formidable Great Saint like Lin Yuan who can directly contend with dual origin Great Saint. Even if Chaos Venerables have means to preserve their lives, if a Great Saint genuinely decides to target a Venerable, it wouldn't take personal action. Just spreading the word would be enough to make the Chaos Venerable hide forever in darkness, never daring to show their face again. Don't panic, let's retreat for now. Divine Wind Venerable was inwardly very anxious, but couldn't show it. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. While many Chaos Venerables were discussing, near the Xianxia Universe entrance area, Lin Yuan's collision with the 3 Great Saints, including dual origin Great Saint, was becoming increasingly intense. Since Lin Yuan was closest to the Xianxia Universe entrance, he naturally became the target of dual origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Rumble. The terrifying power clashes caused many aspects of space-time to vanish completely. Lin Yuan felt an invisible penetrating force, passing through the external universe he controlled, falling on his Chaos Realm defensive artifact, then penetrating his physical form, finally dissipated by the internal universe. Currently, the internal universe within Lin Yuan far exceeds that of a normal Chaos Great Saint in scale. The terrifying foundation greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities. Even if the external force was horrifying, once it penetrated his body, it would be diluted by the internal universe, leaving not much behind. What exactly is this power? Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint felt slightly uncomfortable, their attacks penetrating into Lin Yuan's being, while Lin Yuan's external universe and power of fierce sun-heaven creation simultaneously affected them greatly. The omnipresent universe's suppressive force, along with the radiance of the fierce sun, gave Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint a headache, especially the latter, as the vast power of fierce sun seemed to begin twisting and transforming the 2 Great Saints' exclusive chaos evolved power. You 3 are really slippery. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was most furious. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, or Blacklight, they were all using their mastery over space-time, whether controlling it, distorting it, or destroying it. But what about Wild Barbarian Great Saint? His methods were much more straightforward, and among the 3, felt that he couldn't exert his strength effectively. At this rate, I should be able to enter the Xianxia universe first. As Lin Yuan and the other 3 Great Saints fought, they were all moving towards the Xianxia universe entrance. Even though Lin Yuan was being targeted by Black Light Great Saint and others, as long as he held them off, He was sure to enter the Xianxia universe first. Blacklight, this newly emerged great saint, might be an ancient undying from countless ages ago. That's why we haven't heard of him. Dual Origin Great Saint looked coldly and secretly communicated to Blacklight Great Saint. Although we are all vying for treasures within this postnatal universe, but you and I are great saints of similar eras, we must not let this ancient undying snatch the most precious treasures. What do you mean? Blacklight Great Saint's heart stirred. You and I joined forces. We absolutely can't let him enter the universe first. Dual Origin Great Saint said. Although they were already working together to target Lin Yuan, they kept colliding with each other. What Dual Origin Great Saint meant by joining forces was to completely stop their previous collisions and fully deal with Lin Yuan. Go on. Blacklight Great Saint transmitted. I have a killer move, definitely able to hold him back, but the premise is no interference. Dual Origin Great Saint replied. You mean you want me to handle him and not strike at you? Blacklight Great Saint glanced at Dual Origin Great Saint, after pondering for a moment. No problem. According to the current situation, unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will definitely be the first to enter the universe. As for the second to enter, it is likely between him and Dual Origin. Meaning, Blacklight Great Saint would enter the universe second or third. And according to Dual Origin Great Saint's intention, given the time and opportunity, he would thoroughly delay Lin Yuan, making him or Dual Origin the first to enter the universe. Whereas Blacklight Great Saint would guarantee entering the universe second. Compared to being guaranteed third entry, Dual Origin Great Saint's proposal obviously aligns more with Blacklight Great Saint's own interests. Then he'll start preparing. Dual Origin Great Saint immediately closed his eyes, the surrounding space-time suddenly filled with blue and gray hues. Whoosh! The black light domain suddenly expanded, trying to envelop Lin Yuan, but was blocked by the external universe. Dual Origin Great Saint Lin Yuan, at the forefront, seemed to sense something and glanced backward. He could feel that Dual Origin Great Saint had stopped striking him, yet the chaotic space-time around the Chaos Great Saint made it hard to discern what was happening temporarily. A short while later, just as Lin Yuan was incredibly close to the Xianxia universe entrance, buzz! An inexplicable aura quickly approached. Lin Yuan's expression changed, he glanced behind him. At this point, the space-time around Dual Origin Great Saint clarified again. Lin Yuan noticed the two blue-gray horns on Dual Origin Great Saint's head, felt his mind and will being attacked, and began to fall. Not good. Lin Yuan immediately realized something was wrong, the internal universe's power rapidly spreading throughout his body, instantly dispelling the effect. You all conceded. At this moment, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a ray of blue-gray light, bypassing Lin Yuan at an inconceivable speed, and surged into the Xianxia universe first. Lin Yuan looked towards Black Light Great Saint, immediately deducing that the two Great Saints must have fully teamed up, otherwise, during the chaotic time around Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint had full ability to intervene and interrupt. That Dual Origin, didn't he say he could delay? Black Light Great Saint's face was displeased. Dual Origin Great Saint indeed held up Lin Yuan, but for how long? In such a brief moment, Dual Origin Great Saint was the first to enter the Xianxia universe, and what about himself? Rumble. Lin Yuan, looking at Black Light Great Saint, unleashed a powerful wave of suppressive force and power of fierce sun from the external universe, enveloping Black Light Great Saint completely. Black Light Great Saint's complexion changed slightly, immediately activating the Black Light domain to resist. However, the suppressive force of space-time and the shining light of the fierce sun were clearly superior, making it evidently challenging for Black Light Great Saint. This ancient undying, was he not exerting his full strength just now? Black Light Great Saint frowned, feeling the pressure as he faced Lin Yuan alone. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, delivering a fierce strike toward Black Light Great Saint. The blow felt like heaven and earth collapsing. Black Light Great Saint immediately felt an incomparable impact penetrating his whole being, with the Black Light domain protecting him like an iron ball. Then under this impact, Black Light Great Saint along with the Black Light domain was sent flying far away. Wild Barbarian Great Saint at the farthest back rejoiced at this sight. With Lin Yuan's strike, Black Light Great Saint immediately fell behind him. Swoosh! After striking Black Light Great Saint away, Lin Yuan didn't even look, directly stepping into the Xianxia universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, Influence Diffusion, Subscription Requested, Haha, Blacklight, I'm going in too. Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared instantly before the entrance of the Xianxia universe, then strode inside. Search * the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's slap forced the Blacklight domain of Blacklight Great Saint to retract, unable to suppress time and space any longer, allowing Wild Barbarian Great Saint to teleport to the entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Tian Lu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and the following 6 Great Saints entered the Xianxia universe one after another. Black Light Great Saint was dizzy from Lin Yuan's slap, giving the last 6 Great Saints a chance to enter the Xianxia universe ahead. Originally, these Great Saints were destined to enter the Xianxia universe after the 5th position, but Black Light Great Saint being slapped away collectively boosted their entry by 1 rank. The many Chaos Venerables spectating from afar were immediately tempted. Now losing the suppression of time and space, even the weakest Chaos Venerable could teleport to the entrance then go in. The conflicts among Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and the other 4 Great Saints made them realize the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe. Then, before any Chaos Venerable could take action, swish, swish, an incomparably dark aura spread madly in all directions. Black Light Great Saint came to his senses, his invisible Black Light domain began to spread wildly. Damn! Black Light Great Saint felt extremely aggrieved. Dual Origin tricked me. Black Light Great Saint finally understood. Dual Origin Great Saint had no means to hold Lin Yuan for long, or even if there were, he wouldn't use them. As long as Dual Origin Great Saint could enter first, it was fine. As for Black Light Great Saint, entering later, Dual Origin Great Saint might have one less competitor. Boom! Black Light Great Saint almost simultaneously appeared beside the entrance to the Xianxia universe. As for the many Chaos Venerables who were originally eager, they suddenly became very obedient, not approaching unless Black Light Great Saint went in. Earlier, when Black Light Great Saint was slapped away, some Chaos Venerables had red eyes, but on second thought, even if they entered the Xianxia universe first, what could they achieve? Tian Lu Great Saint and other 6 Great Saints had dared to enter first because they, too, were Great Saints, having at least the confidence to save their lives against Black Light Great Saint. But these Chaos Venerables? Facing an enraged Black Light Great Saint? What could they do to resist? If they entered the Xianxia universe one step earlier and provoked Black Light Great Saint to chase them in anger, who could survive leaving this universe? After cooling down, all the Venerables naturally knew what to do. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Before entering the Xianxia universe, Black Light Great Saint felt regret. If he hadn't cooperated with Dual Origin Great Saint, he could have entered as the 3rd, vying for the 2nd. And now, he's the 10th to enter the universe. If he hadn't come to his senses last, a few Venerables might have entered the universe before him. I hope it's not too late. This postnatal universe was left by Xianxia Great Saint from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. Black Light Great Saint's figure disappeared, entering the universe. Like Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint knew some details about this universe, aware of how strong Xianxia Great Saint was back then. A supreme Great Saint who, single-handedly, established an empire across tens of thousands of void domains. If not for an unexpected incident causing Xianxia Great Saint to mysteriously disappear midway, in future cosmic eras, Xianxia Great Saint could very likely have become the legendary Invincible Great Saint. To become an Invincible Great Saint not only requires sweeping strength over other Supreme Great Saints but also time to prove oneself, making other Supreme Great Saints admit defeat. And that requires long years. Yet Xianxia Great Saint? at his peak, suddenly disappeared, causing him not to be acknowledged by all supreme great saints of that era. After Black Light Great Saint entered the Xianxia universe, a large number of Chaos Venerables instantly became excited, quickly teleporting into the Xianxia universe. However, still quite a few Chaos Venerables did not act, refraining from rushing into the Xianxia universe. This postnatal universe is indeed extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary, what does it have to do with us? 10 great saints have entered, along with so many peak venerables. No matter how many treasures there are, they will be divided up. Going in, not only won't we get treasures, we might even die. Many Chaos Venerables were very clear. Lin Yuan and the 4 great saints, including Black Light Great Saint, made many Chaos Venerables realize the reality. A significant number of Venerables, although aware of the great saint's power, had seen confrontations among great saints, but had never encountered conflict like that among Black Light, Dual Origin, and the other 4 great saints. Usually, great saints rarely clash, especially the strong ones. Lin Yuan, Black Light, and the other 4 great saints' conflict made some venerables deeply aware of their own weakness. If it were just ordinary great saints, going in might offer a chance to fish in troubled waters, but against such formidable great saints? How could they fish in troubled waters? Not to mention many peak venerables have also entered. Even though I won't go in, witnessing a confrontation among great saints of this level has been worthwhile. Indeed, we've seen images of battles between great saints in the past, but images can never compare to the impact of witnessing the real scene. That last great saint that appeared, make sure you remember him. If you encounter him in the future, under no circumstances should you provoke him. Many Chaos Venerables felt quite relieved. After abandoning the quest to enter the Xianxia universe, they naturally felt no pressure. That's right, I have already passed on the footage of the recent battle to many of my friends, so they can be cautious as well. A Chaos Venerable spoke up. This is the reason the reputation of the Chaos Great Saint will inevitably spread throughout various void domains. As long as they take action once and are noticed by other Chaos Venerables, the news will be spread widely. Someone like Lin Yuan, who possesses the mighty strength of a great saint, yet has no related information or intelligence available, is rare. He can only be categorized as a great saint from ancient times, with all the beings who knew his intelligence perishing in the distant past. Further away, in a twisted space-time, several colossal consciousnesses were watching from afar. These vast consciousnesses faintly manifested in different forms. There was a giant eye, an ancient and mottled altar, and a long knife broken into 2 pieces. This person has not evolved a path of chaos power, yet his strength can rival that of a chaos realm perfection. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The soul of the ancient and mottled altar spirit emitted waves, expressing amazement. They are all special existences, not regarded as normal life forms, means left by 13th layer beings, birthed with intelligence. Through countless cosmic eras, they have witnessed untold numbers of chaos great saints and legendary great saints. But it is the first time seeing someone like Lin Yuan. It's not that Lin Yuan's strength is exceptionally powerful, but that a life form who has not even mastered chaos evolutionary power can fight evenly with those perfected in the chaos realm. The higher one's level of insight, the more one can perceive the difficulty in this. Why can those perfected in the chaos realm stand far above venerables? Essentially, both exist in the chaos realm, but the former has evolved its own path power from chaos. This is a qualitative change. It's also the prerequisite for impacting the 13th layer. I can feel his foundation is incredibly terrifying. Could he have obtained some 13th layer inheritance? The broken long knife also emitted soul waves. 13th layer inheritance? 4 12th layer beings, it's something one may never come across. Even many chaos great saints and legendary great saints haven't heard of it. But in the eyes of these special existences, a 13th layer inheritance is no secret. Some even know the locations of certain 13th layer inheritances. Many ancient and mighty 13th layer beings, when in the mood, will leave their inheritances intentionally. It's just that these inheritances involve certain 13th layer temporal life forms. Even if they know, These special beings dare not leak it to the outside. You must know, 13th layer beings can see through the past and future, almost no secret can be hidden from them. Once they know their inheritance has been leaked and obtained by others taking advantage of it, even if these beings are the handiwork of some 13th layer life form, they won't meet a good end. At the very least, their current consciousness will be erased. Even if he obtained a 13th layer inheritance, to practice and reach such a level is also very difficult. The ancient modeled altar spirit said, although a 13th layer inheritance indeed has extremely defiant effects, to master it, it's equally difficult, and some 13th layer inheritances might not even be acquirable at all, entirely belonging to the creator's theoretical speculation. No matter what, it's estimated that in the not-too-distant future, this chaos void will have another invincible great saint. The broken long knife spoke. Upon hearing this, the other consciousnesses did not voice any objection. With the current strength Lin Yuan has demonstrated, once he evolves chaos-exclusive powers, becoming a legendary great saint is inevitable, and further refining that 13th layer inheritance to a certain height, he will assuredly become an invincible great saint. How long has it been since a new invincible great saint appeared in my chaos void? Who was the last invincible great saint? Wasn't it Mou? The ancient modeled altar spirit casually said. Unlike the other consciousnesses involved in the conversation, the Eye of Myriad Laws, which presented as a giant eye, did not say much. This galaxy, his strength is much stronger than I imagined. The Eye of Myriad Laws was secretly astonished, for he knew Lin Yuan better than the other special existences. As time passed, the battle outside the Shenhuang universe quickly spread across various void domains. Especially the contest among Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, Blacklight, and Wild Barbarian, four great saints, which made many Chaos Venerables tremble with fear. It was evident that the strength of these four great saints surpasses the other six great saints by a considerable margin. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The Ancient Ming Venerable also received combat footage from outside the Shenhuang universe. So that's a Chaos Great Saint. The Ancient Ming Venerable was quite emotional. Were 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint there too? The Ancient Ming Venerable immediately recognized these two great saints. Not long ago, because of the battle between these two great saints, the Chaos Continent where he resided was forced to relocate here. The strength of these four great saints. The ancient Ming Venerable was trembling internally upon seeing the four great saints contest, though he quickly noticed something amiss. Why does that last great saint look so much like Galaxy? The ancient Ming Venerable was shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149 The Land of Treasures. Subscribe. Shenhuang Universe. Lin Yuan entered second, as if traversing a long corridor of time and space. Finally arriving beneath a silent and empty starry sky. Is this within the universe? Lin Yuan looked around in all directions, his vast perception quickly spreading. The oppression of rules is intense. With insights at the eightfold realm of space-time, it's challenging to traverse the void extensively here. In the external chaos void, a chaos great saint could traverse the void easily, crossing even 1% or 1/10 of a void domain. However, within the Shenhuang universe, one could at most traverse millions of light years, a drastic difference from before. No wonder this universe was established by the unparalleled great saint. Lin Yuan gazed in awe. The more he sensed, the more terrifying this universe appeared. Even with rules operating autonomously, it could suppress a chaos great saint. In terms of size, this postnatal universe, who knows how many times larger it is than those naturally born universes from the chaos void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, he could easily devastate a naturally born universe, causing it to break prematurely, but this Shenhuang universe remains out of reach. Even after enduring ages, the space-time within the universe gradually enters collapse. It is imaginable that in its peak, even an unparalleled great saint would not dare to enter lightly. However, this Xianhuang universe was painstakingly established by an unparalleled great saint like His Majesty Xianhuang, with immense dedication. And a naturally born universe? They are casually nurtured by the chaos void, incomparable directly. My current position is here. After arrival, Lin Yuan observed the surroundings while also comparing the areas on the beast's skin map, finally pinpointing his location. Following this direction yields the greatest rewards. Lin Yuan selected a predetermined route, with the final destination being His Majesty Xuanwang's mausoleum, passing through numerous areas along the way, each containing many treasures and wonders. Other strong figures entering the Xianhuang universe, even those chaos great saints, could only subconsciously move towards the universe's center. As for gains along the way, it all depends on luck. But with Lin Yuan's prior planning, he ensured maximum gains without wasting time. So even if nothing were found in the mausoleum, the trip wouldn't be in vain. Let's go! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, reappearing tens of millions of light years away. Before Lin Yuan could proceed to another traverse, roar! A terrifying roar echoed, as a massive octopus-shaped being emerged from the depths of space-time, with hundreds of tentacles sweeping towards Lin Yuan. The regions passed by the tentacles saw rapid annihilation of space-time. Is this a Xianhuang beast? Lin Yuan was amazed, immediately recognizing the identity of the creature. During his past ventures in the Xianhuang secret realm, such beings were ubiquitous. Sar the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In fact, the Xianhuang beast is not truly a creature, though immensely powerful, borrowing the powers of the surrounding world, their intelligence is quite low. The profound Xianhuang defines Xianhuang beasts merely as vessels nurturing Xianhuang crystals. In the cultivation of profound Xianhuang disciples, Xianhuang crystals are essential, such as in Lin Yuan's cultivation of Xianhuang physique, requiring abundant Xianhuang crystals. The strength of this Xianhuang beast is formidable, nearly reaching the chaos realm threshold. Lin Yuan assessed the opponent, concluding internally. The Xianhuang beasts in the Xianhuang secret realm had a strength cap at the 9-stage million-layer realm, but here, they're exponentially stronger, nearing the chaos realm threshold. However, it's normal. Xianhuang beasts can leverage the surrounding world's power, and this Xianhuang universe's origin source is potent. Even amidst collapsing space-time, the boost to strength is formidable. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. A dead camel is bigger than a horse, let alone the fact that the Xianhuang universe far exceeds a camel in complexity compared to the Xianhuang secret realm. Crackling sounds echoed. Lin Yuan, observing the octopus-shaped Xianhuang beast attacking wildly towards him, slightly stirred his mind, and the world divine skill operated silently. Under the unseen force of the universe, the Xianhuang beast, nearing chaos realm threshold, instantly turned to dust. The intelligence of Xianhuang beasts is inherently low, and approaching the chaos realm threshold pertains to combat prowess, not essentially making them chaos venerables. Had it been a normal chaos venerable, upon seeing Lin Yuan, they would have fled without hesitation. Even if escape was hopeless, they wouldn't charge fearlessly like this Xianhuang beast. This is just the most straightforward distinction. Compared to chaos venerables, Xianhuang beasts' attacks are overly simplistic, repeating just a few moves, making them manageable once patterns are identified. Of course, here manageable is based on Lin Yuan's absolute crushing strength. If it were a regular chaos venerable, even a pinnacle chaos venerable, encountering such fearless Xianhuang beasts initially would be quite troubling. The octopus-shaped Xianhuang beast's body collapsed, revealing a massive Xianhuang crystal measuring several thousand meters. This Xianhuang crystal? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. It was his first time seeing such a large Xianhuang crystal, surpassing the sum of all Xianhuang crystals nurtured by Xianhuang beasts in the Xianhuang secret realm. Now the Xianhuang physique at the chaos realm level has hope. Lin Yuan was content. The Xianhuang physique, a body refining method created by His Majesty Xianhuang, in its cultivation, demands vast resources. Here, the resources are not specified types. Any resource can become essential for Xianhuang physique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.